green. If the room gets cruel, then I hide in the screen. FFXIV, only sane place left. Heal up the split soul from the teeth of the rack. That's system break. If the heart on fire, and the whole place screams, then raise it higher. One on the walls, one in the veins. One more look at and I'm out of the cage. Welcome to the wall. Lose your mind. Welcome to the wall. We don't waste your time. Welcome to the wall. Hands up, let it pour. Welcome to the wall. Welcome to the wall.
What up? Oh man, what? I can't believe it. I managed to finally stream on a Saturday. This has been like the worst fucking day for me to ever try and stream on. What up, Vis? What up, Animal? How you doing? God damn. Holy goddamn. I fucking hate building a business. I'm actually mad at it. I'm actually really mad at it. But I think I might have accidentally, by pure luck, have chosen the right thing to try and go into here. Because I've been going to DnD events, local ones, trying to like talk to people, which autistically is not very fucking easy for me. But holy Jesus, is the D&D market in my country bad? It's terrible. And I don't mean like the demand is terrible. I mean the output is terrible. The supply is miserable. What up, Buggy? What up, Sensor? How you doing? I can't believe it. I might have actually made a good fucking decision for once in my goddamn life. I'm astounded at how few people are competing for what is essentially 147 million US dollar market cap in my country for people who want to play D&D. And the more I think about it, the more I think back to how I used to play D&D when I used to be a DM, it was mostly slips of paper. Why did I not register this sooner? And on top of that, I think I've finally done it. I finally managed to do it. After a week of fucking with supports and getting them perfect and making sure that everything's flawless and prints okay, I finally did it. Let me show you what I mean. So, first, I started with these ones over there. And they worked out pretty well. They're looking pretty juicy. I've got to put those in boxes and send them out. As money comes in, money will be going out and I'll be sending those to people. And now I've finally done this. All 13 classes of these little bastards finally complete. Finally fucking done. This shit was nightmarish to get this stuff done. Can I get it to focus? God damn. I'm stunned by the amount of detail I've managed to put into these while still keeping them paintable. I've actually managed to do it. I've finally gotten somewhere. I can start listing these on like my mini factory as STLs and shit for people to actually print out and stuff like that. Pray that the post office won't lose the packages. They won't lose the packages because I'm not using the fucking post office. I've learned my lesson. I've learned my fucking lesson. Holy shit. The post office is a living nightmare in my country. So I noticed that stream avatars is broken here. Let me just fix that real quick. The post office is a fucking nightmare. It is a living hell. because every single time you try and give them a package, it just immediately fucking disappears. It vanishes. God damn it. Hold on, let me just fix something here. Let me just make sure we're dealing with the right thing here, because otherwise shit's not going to show up. We'll look at that one. Yeah, that's good. There we go. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Now, hopefully that'll work. I'm hoping it does. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so bad. It's gotta be the SHF Bezos. I'll be the Games Workshop of this fucking country if I have to. God damn, like, I can't believe it. Like, I've seen, like, so many posts online. I've seen so many messages. I've now spoken to a bunch of people who go to, like, little DnD events and stuff, and they're like, I just can't get miniatures. I can't get miniatures. I can't have, like, a 3D game. It's all slips of paper and shit like that, because it's too expensive to import all the stuff, and there's just no one doing it locally. There's, like, 7 people who have the CAD skills to be able to do this shit, and none of them want to do it. None of them want to do it. And it's so good. It's so good to know that. It means I stand a chance. You can't lose when you're not fighting anyone else. I fucking figured it out by pure accident. Government run anything is that way, even if it isn't corrupt. Yeah, no, a government run anything is always dog shit. We did this calculation when I was in engineering, where we did the efficiency ratio. It's for every $10 you spend, the most efficient governments in the world will effectively use $1, right? Everything else is below that ratio, which is fucking insane. There are some outliers. There are some countries like Denmark and stuff like that where it's the ratio is about 2 to 10, but most countries are just fucked because governments are incompetent, they're useless, they're slow, they don't work like companies, they have no negative incentive to push them forward. Man, it's bad. All governments are dog shit. That's just how the world works. But I can't believe it. I cannot believe I stumbled across this. So I've been going to D&D events, right? I've been going to like these little events, and what I've noticed is that a lot of people want to play D&D. A lot of people want the miniatures. A lot of people want the terrain. But there's just like there's like one guy in my city who does like laser cutting of wood to turn it into D&D terrain, and that's it. That's the only guy doing that. Then there's like 5 CAD artists who are like CADing out custom models for certain people. And that's it. And guess what? They take one commission, and I understand this because it's fucking brutal doing this. They take one commission, and that's them gone for the month. And if my unemployed ass can just sit down for like 8 hours a day and just CAD shit out, I can outperform them. I might not be better than them. I might not be higher quality than them, but I can be faster than them. I can't believe it. US is $4 for every dollar out I lost. Or yeah, the US is one of those outliers where it's like for as much weird shit as they do. The only problem with that number is that we figured out that when the US measures it, they don't measure the amount of dollars that disappear into the coffers of Israel. So the actual number is lower than $4. But yeah, the US is still one of those outliers where it's higher than that. The thing I lack for D&D is friends with free time that matches my free time. It turns out other people just don't do anything else but play D&D. It turns out there are a bunch of people out there who, like, they play D&D because they've got no other hobbies. They've got their group of friends. They don't have time to invest into anything else. It's really easy for them to sit down and have someone else DM a game, and they just get to be a player character and live out a fantasy. But yeah, no, having friends is a big rough one. That's a hard one to find. But I'm pretty sure if you do Discord D&Ds, you can find people to play with. You're afraid to play with random people. What's the worst that's gonna happen? What's the worst that's gonna happen, Bestia? Just remember, the worst thing she can say is no. I say confidently, knowing that it's a lie. Honestly, Honestly, it's just a barrier. It's just a barrier. Once you've done it like once or twice, it doesn't feel that bad to break through that barrier, right? But once you get past that, it's okay. What's up, Dark Rap? It's been a while since I've seen your name. So, this is how today's gonna work, right? I need your help. I'm in trouble right now. I'm not sure what direction to go. So I'm gonna put this to a vote. I figured I'd ask you. I'd waste your time instead of just wasting mine, right? So I've catted out a few things now, right? I've catted out this right here. I've catted out all these models. I've fixed all the supports. I've made them perfect. I've made them flawless. I printed them at the shittiest settings I could to try and like account for people not knowing what the fuck they're doing with their resin printers. Blah blah blah. All of that. I've also done this little bastard right here that I've showed before. Where is he? Where is he? Ooh, that's just back files. Hold on. I've done this little bastard right here as well, right? And yes, I did run it through an AI because I needed a picture to try and use as guidance for what I was doing. So yes, so this is what I've got, right? This is what I've got so far. I do not know currently what DnD model I should start catting out next. I don't know where to go with this. The only people I have to play DnD with on EU and my schedule no longer matches up with them. If you're in the Western Hemisphere and you're in North America, there's a ton of Discord groups. There are more Discord groups for DnD in the US than anywhere else in the world. You just have to look. It's really, you just have to look. If you get, hold on, I missed that one. Fuck. If you get enough traction, there are people who fund collectible STL projects through some Discord groups. So I imagine minis would work similar. Yeah, no, probably. I still have to investigate into all of this, right? But I've realized that the market is huge, the demand is huge, and no one is supplying. Just no one is supplying, so most people have just fucking given up. Nice wallpaper. I know, it's one of my favorites. Someone else made it and I just stole it. Someone in the Discord made it. Joins random group 10 minutes later. This Discord has been closed for international security. Yeah, that'll happen a few times. Especially when you say something like, I pick up the bomb and run into the building with it. Then all of a sudden, the DM group is cancelled because Microsoft now owns Discord and they've got to monitor everything you fucking say. I've had a DM that described my character getting raped in revolting amount of detail. I haven't played D&D ever since. You should have raped him. You should have raped him and been like, how do you like it? Make a D&D mini of ANET servers, a potato. Yeah, no, that'll be a great one. That'll go down real fucking well. You should do Karen goblins and hobgoblins. I've got a few ideas, right? So I'm going to list out some of my ideas. Right, and we could go from there. Because it's not so much that I don't have ideas. It's that I have no fucking idea what direction to go, right? So I've got a few things that I could do. Is the All Giga Stacy party. Because, I mean, I've now done the fucking All Giga Chad party. So, you know, they need some bitches. Maybe that's the direction to go. Then I've got like a million different dragon miniatures that I've been working on some concepts for, right? I could do some NPC stuff. Now, I am thinking of making a bunch of goblins or a bunch of fey creatures that act like Karens. So the all Karen NPC group, right? The worst group to come across. So I don't know if hobgoblins would work, Eucharist. I think those are a little bit too big, right? Other idea I've had is mimics, right? Because people love using mimics, but there's just not enough mimic miniatures out there. There really isn't anywhere near enough mimics out there to act as miniatures that people can use, that people can like apply in their games and shit like that. The other one will be a little bit challenging because you're supposed to kind of make the mimics look like they're not mimics, and then they've got to have some opening that makes them look like mimics, right? There's the chair mimic, yes, cat, you've got one. There's the ladder mimic, there's the potion mimic, there's the fucking door mimic, there's the traditional chest mimic, there's a bunch of shit. Mimic sword, player picks it up and it bites your hand and won't let go. That's just marriage. You're talking about marriage. That's not a mimic, that's a woman. Okay, so there's mimics, there's those as well. I could do some terrain pieces. Then I can do set pieces as well. Because it turns out set pieces are in like high fucking demand. Right? For some reason, set pieces are in high demand. People want shit like barrels and lampposts and stupid fucking stuff that they can, you know, make a setting with. Which to me is like, it's kind of a double-edged sword if you're a DM and you're using all these things in a setting piece on a certain map, right? Because the second that your characters move beyond that map, all of a sudden you've got to clear the fucking board. And that's when shit goes rough. Have you thought about items? Yes, items is another one, particularly things like potions and shit like that. So items is a rough one because they have to be really fucking small, because you got to remember that everything is supposed to be a 1 to 72.5 times scale to reality, which is a big fucking scale to get down to. So like, you know, what would be a big potion in your hand all of a sudden becomes like a dot visually. So that one's a rough one. Items like weapons and special items, stuff like that, I have considered, but I don't know if I have the skill to make something that small and that usable. That's the problem. That's the real issue when it comes to that. So it's hard to do stuff like that. So I think I want some more practice before I try something that small. Like items, weapons, swords, stuff like that. Like, I mean, let me give you an example, right? If I tried to 3D print out this ranger, his bow. Where's his camera? His bow by itself, it's gonna be fucking difficult. It's gonna be really fucking difficult. Because you gotta still put enough detail in it for it to be recognizable. And it makes it really fucking difficult to do. Because you've got to support it just near perfectly. So that, you know, people can paint it and make it the way that they want it to. So I don't think I'm quite there yet. The other idea I had, which was kind of a dirt cheap idea, right, was to get some trans there, because you don't need paint for this, but gelatinous cubes. But the problem with gelatinous cubes right now is God of War laundry. I don't think people are going to be running very many gelatinous cubes after that game comes out. That's the real issue there. It just makes shit larger and make people adapt to your better standards. Yeah, you know what? I've already done that. I'm using heroic scale 32mm instead of 25mm already. That's the problem. Right, I'm going as big as I can with the lowest print settings that I can to make sure that people don't have trouble when they try and print it out themselves. Make a mimic sex dungeon. That's horrific. That reminds me of something. So earlier today, I was at like an event thing for DnD stuff, and there was a woman there who makes dice, and she made a bard set of dice, right? And when you looked inside the dice, there were just little dicks everywhere. There were just like dicks floating in the dice. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's genius. That's the bard dice. That was such a fucking great idea. Make a modular gelatinous cube adaptable to other stuff to be put inside of it. That's not a bad idea. Might be difficult to do, but I can try and do something like that. What up, Velo? It's been a while since I've seen your name as well. It's Fucking hell. What a weird Sunday stream. Just people showing up. So, there's a lot of shit that I can potentially do, right? I'm not sure which direction to go with it because I'm not sure what I should aim for next. There's an easy way of getting a gelatinous cube, and it's just store-bought green jello cut up into cubes. Yes, there is. Until it melts on your table and then fucks up the map that you've got. That's the real problem. You gotta eat that cube before it fucking starts melting all over the place. But I think for a cube, what I would have to do is I'd have to make... There's two ways I can think of doing cubes, right? So I can either do a modular cube where I make a cube and then I have a hollow base so that if the cube traps someone, they get stuck in the base. Or the other way to do it would be to have some component of the cube that opens up and then the cube can be pushed back together to show that someone's trapped within it. And if I use this idea, I could have it that someone's like singular limb is trapped in it, or like a leg or an arm or something, but not their whole body. So I'm still thinking about that. That one will take some effort to do because you got to get the pieces to like stick together perfectly and not have like all fucked up lines and stuff like that. That'll be a rough one. Just make a fleshlight, easy money. Yeah, no, people don't want to fuck plastic because the plastic is toxic. And unfortunately, there's no flexible resins that are dirt cheap. Unfortunately, if you want flexible 3D printable resins that are biocompatible and stuff like that, it'll cost you your fucking kidneys. That's a real rough one. No, you buy stuff that withstands blowtorch like sugar-free Oreos do. I mean, I suppose you could use, like, you could, like, melt down, like, a bunch of gummy bears and use that as well. That would work. Got you, love. Can't wait for the Odyssey review. Also, should have kept the mustache. Yeah, I should have. But you know what? I got conflicting commands from my wife. She was like, why did you shave the mustache? I'm like, you yelled at me for a day to shave it. Now you want it back? What the hell is going on here? Fucking woman can't make up their goddamn minds. Guessing epoxy resin is out of the picture then. Epoxy resin's a rough one because it's hard to cure it correctly and you need to cure it in layers slowly over time. So if you use like a UV curable resin, the issue is that you're going to get bubbles because of the heat differential and you're going to get these weird lines going through them. That makes it like a lot more difficult. If I could resin cast a bunch of gelatinous cubes, that would work out better. But the real problem behind that is that I want an STL that I can sell online that people can use for a gelatinous cube. That's the real trouble, right? Because I've decided, fuck it. If people pirate it. There's nothing I can do to stop it. I need to get this business off the ground ASAP. That means I'm putting my models up for sale on STL websites, and I'll do physical versions as well for people who just don't want to hassle themselves with a 3D printer. So that's going to be a rough one. I think the other thing that could be done here is just standard NPCs. People do always want NPCs for their game for people to talk to. Nice and easy shit like, you know, a villager elder, a random woman that gets the fuck beaten out of her by the barbarian, another woman who gets raped by the bard, you know, all that stuff. People want those kinds of things because they're like reusable a lot of the time. And people generally also want NPCs for encounters and stuff like that. So these are the ones that I can think of. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up as a poll on YouTube. So you guys can decide which ones are potentially worth doing. That's the best way I can think, because I'm not sure which direction to go with this. So I figure, fuck it. You guys can decide for me. Which money do I CAD out next? Which DnD money? So you guys have the choice here. Throwable merchant with oddly long nose. Yeah. You say that as a joke, crapface. But I've run multiple campaigns where whenever the merchant is the bad guy or the evil guy, I have been asked multiple times by my players very excitedly, what does he look like? What does he look like? Is he rubbing his hands together? Is he hunched over with his chin on his chest? How big is the... Can I make a perception check to figure out how big his nose is? I need to know if this is the villain or not. I've heard that so many fucking times at tables. What about giant nose people? People with noses for heads, and they're incredibly stingy. Well, that's kind of the same idea as the merchants. So, this is where I'm going to go with this, right? So, first one, character party. That's the first option. Next option is dragons. Next option is NPCs. Next option is terrain. And we'll go with those, and we'll do this by process of elimination, right? So whatever's the winner with this, we'll do this jelly bean style, you know, where you smash them together and the winner moves on and then the others stay behind. So we'll start with that one. While we're doing this, we're going to move on to the second part of what I wanted to look at today, because something happened that I just didn't expect to fucking happen. Gelatinous cubes are old-fashioned. Make a gelatinous pyramid, one side less for saving material. If I wanted to save material, I'd make a gelatinous sphere. Those ones are far more dangerous because they can roll down corridors like a boulder at high speed at you, as opposed to moving really, really fucking slow. Can you do hinges like for openable chests and mimics? Yes, I can. I can do hinges. They are a bitch. They are very much a bitch to do, but it is very possible to do that. Right? It is very possible to do a hinge. It's just scale, it's going to be real hard. So I'm going to have to scale them up to some part. In Pokemon Battle, his entire team is just 6 nose passes. You know what? That's actually not a bad team. That'll be great. Oy vey has challenged you to a battle. You ever watch the Kit Bash people who make tabletop themed stuff? I'm sure you have a lot of time and garbage around. I've seen it. Right, but I do not have the skill or capability to kit bash shit together. I'm trying to target the specific 3D miniature thing, and if people want to do kit bashing on top of that, I can always slice models in particular ways so that they can get like an arm or a leg, and they can like chop things off themselves. That's why I'm kind of against hollowing models and stuff like that, right? So while that first one runs, right, I'm gonna give you some ideas here, right, of what I'm doing before we just move on. So, I'm going to do dragons anyway, right? I am going to do dragons at some point. I'm going to do all of these anyway. I have been figuring out concept art for this kind of stuff. Some of this is AI generated. I know it's upsetting to the pure artists out there. Boo-hoo. Someone used a fucking AI so that they could get a picture and then they could go into CAD and try and use that picture as reference material, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. I'm not paying $500 for a fucking picture. I'm not doing that. I don't have that fucking money. So, deal with it. This is the first concept for a dragon that I had, right? I wanted to make this one really, really, really fucking big. Will they be bad dragons? That comes later. That comes when all of this fails and I'm back to 3D printing dicks for people. So, concept behind this one was I wanted something that looked a little bit more crocodilian. I wanted this to be a gigantic fucking dragon. I wanted it to be a dragon that is so old that people can't figure out anymore whether it's a green dragon or a black dragon. It's basically supposed to be the size of a small fucking country. Right? This model is, if I try to make this, it's going to be fucking huge. It's going to be gigantic. So that's going to be a rough one. Right? Next concept I had was to try and make something that was more desert themed. Like, you know, the desert dragons, and make it a blue dragon, right? So you got something out in the desert, kind of looks like a Gila monster, kind of looks a little bit like a thorny devil lizard. Give it lightning powers, throw your players in the desert, fuck them up. Beware the crocodile dragon. Better Tarask, I like it. Yeah, no, basically the concept for that last one was a gigantic dragon that was so fucking old. And the concept was this, right? If you look at a Tarask, right, something doesn't make sense about a Tarask if you look at Tarasks from a pure biological standpoint. What doesn't make sense about a Tarask is why the fuck does it have these big spikes on its back? And the only answer that I have to that is it's trying to defend itself against something that wants to eat it. And so I figured I'd make a gigantic, fucking massive green or black dragon that basically snacks on these things like they're fucking Dorito chips. Is that like AI? No, we're talking DnD. So these images here are my initial concept art kind of thing that is AI generated, right? Because I'm not paying $500 for a concept art picture. And then what I do is I go into Blender and I use this as reference to make stuff, right? The reality is there's no fucking AI that does any 3D art at any level that is good enough, and the ones that do are kind of still shitty, and everything looks trashy, and there's too many fingers, and everything looks like dog shit. I've tried to use AI for 3D modeling. Number one, it's too expensive, so options out already. Number two, all of the models I've ever seen come out of an AI that are 3D generated so far are absolute dog shit. They are bland, they are mediocre, they are shitty, it doesn't fucking matter, they are trash. They're impossible to support because they are not designed with the idea of someone actually 3D printing them, right? They all suck. Gelatinous dragon could eat a Tarask, yeah, from the inside. So, that's it. The lag is bad? Yeah, that's Kick. Sorry about that, that's just Kick. Unfortunately, I've been trying to fix that problem forever. That's just a Daedroth with wings, or... Yeah, well, Daedroth is kind of based off of a crocodile as well, so what do you want me to say, okay? I tried to mix a crocodile with a dragon, that's what I wanted to do. So those were the concept art ones, and then I kind of had this one, which is kind of meant to be like a shittier version of the crocodile dragon, right? And the biggest problem with this one is it just looks like ass. It just looks like ass to me. The wings are too small. The tail sucks. The face is just fucking shitty. The fingers are all fucked up because there's 5 fingers on this hand. There's 4 on this. It's just a shitty concept. It just sucks. So I don't want to do that one. So it looks like the winner of the first round of this is the NPCs. So that means NPCs are the winner. That moves on to the next round. These ones here, mimics, dragons, and character party themed are all out. That's a dope dragon. Yeah, no, that's the Down syndrome. Yeah, you know, the Forrest Gump dragon. And that concept sucked, so I fucking hated it. So I don't want to do that one. I'm not going to do that one at all. Let's see. So, next poll is gonna be NPCs it's gonna be terrain pieces, it's gonna be set pieces, and it's gonna be gelatinous cubes. Shit, I forgot how to spell gelatinous. Gelatinous cubes. Next poll is up. Now you get to decide that one. So it looks like NPCs are currently the winner, with second place being dragons, third place being terrain, and last place being character theme. So no one gives a fuck. No one gives a singular fuck about characters that are themed around a certain idea. A giant purple dragon with crystals would look great as well. You know what? I actually had one of those. I think I had a concept for one of those, now that you say it. I had a few concepts. Let me just look through some of the failures. So I had that one. I don't know why it generated from the side, but that one, it looks kind of cool as a brass dragon. But the problem is, again, it's all shitty. I'd have to fix it up in AI, in fucking CAD, because the AI keeps on fucking up everything and blending everything together. So that one would suck ass. That would be a lot of work. Then I think I had a few other ones. Where were they? I know I had a few other ones. Damn it. I've lost them. I've lost them, or I didn't put them in this file like I was supposed to because I'm an idiot. It's probably sitting somewhere on my desktop and now I have to find it. I had a concept that I thought out for an amethyst dragon, right? That fits outside of the concept of what's regularly made in D&D, because, you know, there's the chromatics and then there's the flat color dragons. It's somewhere. God damn it, it's somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. There it is. It's this one. This was the other concept that I was thinking of trying to do. This one would be nice and easy to CAD out because it's all flat surfaces. Everything is a flat surface on this thing because it's kind of like supposed to be jagged like an amethyst crystal, which makes life a little bit easier to do. That was the other concept I had. Well, goddamn. Okay. So, of all of these, it looks like the winner of all of these things is NPCs. Looks like I'm catting out some NPCs. Looks like that's the direction I'm going. That's going to be hard because people want a bunch of different variants of NPCs. Fuck. That's going to be a monumental task. But it looks like that's the winner. Above everything else, it looks like it's going to be NPCs, huh? Gotta make those nose pass people. Looks like I'm going to be making a bunch of people. It looks like I'm going to be making the greedy merchant. It looks like I'm going to be making, you know, your average blacksmith. I'm going to be making different... I'm going to have to make different races because different places have different things in them. That one's actually going to be rough. That one's actually really going to be rough. Fuck. You just had to torture me, huh? You couldn't make my life easy. Make an aberration dragon, just people bunched together until it looks somewhat like a dragon. I did think of something similar when it came to it, like a kind of zombie dragon, steal it basically from Guild Wars 2 and make like a better version of Zaitan that doesn't fucking suck dick and die when you just press F. But all those little pieces put together are really fucking difficult to CAD out. What you're asking me to do is to try and figure out the entire human body, put them together in the shape of a dragon. That might actually be really cool. That might be cool. I might do that. Make gelatin ass cubes, extra thick ones. You know what? If I make the gelatinous cubes modular, I'm just thinking now, if I make them modular in some way, I could have components of the outside of the cube change, and then you can put an ass on it. Bar maidens from that one Rammstein video. That's good. Oh god, that's actually fucking great. I think I just found my starting point. I think I just found out what I'm doing. Big titty bar maidens. That's perfect. Big titty bar maidens it is. That's the one I'm going for. That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let me just make sure I don't forget. Yeah, that's a great place to start. That's okay. That just changed it around. Okay, that makes it perfect. Okay, big titty bar maidens. That's the one I'm going to be going with, multiple titty sizes. Listen, because I CAD them all out like from scratch, right? I cannot keep consistency across models, right? Here's the problem. If you look at if you look at what I've already catted out, I catted out each and every single one of these faces. I sculpted each one individually, and I tried to use like a template to try and make them look the same, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't keep consistency across all of them looking the same, so every face on each of these fucking things is just a little bit different. They're each a little bit different, so yeah, there's definitely gonna be different size titties. I'll make one flat as Justice model. Just as a fucking joke. Gelatin ass cube. Yeah, you know, I once had someone play a campaign with me where they were all like monsters and shit like that. And one of them was playing a gelatinous cube who was actually Latin, and his name was Gelatinos. I did have that happen once. It was actually a pretty fucking wacky campaign. Didn't work out too well, but it was funny. Everyone had a great time. That's what matters. It turns into a hot Latina for a charm attack. Yeah, that'll work. the beloved Dungeon Roomba. You know, I expect something in the future, right? I expect there to be either a bunch of people in D&D in the future who are gonna be running a ton of gelatinous cubes because of God of War laundry, or nobody running gelatinous cubes ever again, because they're just gonna be like, it's the thing from the video game God of War, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes. It's one of those two outcomes. There's no middle ground there. It's just gonna be one of those two things, and it's gonna upset me so much if someone does that. It's gonna drive me fucking nuts. But anyway, let's move on. Okay, I've got some direction. I know which way to go. Big titty barmaids, NPCs, that's the way to go. I like that direction. That's going to make it nice and simple. That's where I'm going to go from there. Let's move on to something else now. So, I noticed something, right? I've yet to watch The Odyssey because I'm not going to give those fucking guys money. I don't trust it. I don't trust it enough to give them money. But reviews for The Odyssey are in. And apparently, people like The Odyssey. Apparently, I'm hearing that Christopher Nolan pulled a fast one on people. That he was going for the Oscar, and so he put in a bunch of DEI stuff because that way he could meet the quota that he needs to get his Oscar. But he still made it a good movie. I still don't know if I trust it. I still don't know. But one of these days, I'm gonna get my wife to watch The Odyssey with me. I'll bring her on stream if she's up for that to tell you what she really thinks about the movie. Will one of the barmaids have the body shape of your wife? I wonder if I can 3D scan her using an app on my phone, and then skip the CAD process. No, I don't need other people jacking it to my wife. Press X to doubt. I understand why you say that, because here's the biggest problem that I've seen when it comes to this, right? So, if we go to Rotten Tomatoes, and we look at The Odyssey, everyone kind of knows that Rotten Tomatoes is kind of rigged. But this movie's getting 97% of over 2,500 verified ratings. Maybe the movie's actually good. Maybe it is. All memes aside, maybe the movie's actually good. I don't trust it. I still don't trust it. But surely some of those reviews are real. Surely someone was enjoying it for that rating to be that fucking high. It's a good movie, honestly. That's good to hear. I would rather it be a good movie than us getting more fucking slop. Honestly, I would be so relieved to be wrong about this. I would be in such relief that Christopher Nolan hasn't fucked this movie up. Just look at generally like movies like Inception or Matrix. They don't have ratings like this. Okay, let's look at The Matrix. The Matrix, one of the best movies out there, 85%. Pretty high rating. A lot of people liked it. Critics liked it. People liked it. Inception. Let's try Inception. What did Inception get? 91%. Critics liked it. People liked it. Maybe the Odyssey is actually good. Maybe the Odyssey is actually a fucking solid movie. 3D scan yourself with an NPC and see if you can make it a swamp troll. No, I think I would most likely end up being too short to be a swamp troll. I'd go more for fat goblin. That would probably happen. I'm way too short to be able to pull off swamp troll unless I scaled it up massively. I'd have to stretch it vertically as well, otherwise all the proportions would be off. I mean, it's the Odyssey. If you follow the story, anyone can make a movie out of that. It's watchable. Maybe, just maybe, this is a good movie. 250k ratings versus 2,500. 250k. But the Odyssey just came out, right? This movie's been out since 2001. If we go for Lord of the Rings. Exceptional movie. Amazing, incredible, 95%. Over 250k ratings. The Odyssey, and I'm happy to say this, I would be fucking relieved to watch that movie and it'd actually be good. I'd be happy to say that that movie's good. That's what I want. I don't believe it. I don't trust it yet. But man, I would be so fucking relieved. I would love to be wrong. I would 1000% love to be wrong about the Odyssey. I mean, it's the Odyssey. If you follow the story, anyone can make... Okay, yeah, I read the one. Nolan pretty much trolled the internet. Elliot Page is only in the movie for like 4 minutes. Same for Lupita Nyong'o. So I've heard that. I've heard that exact take, Moonstone. I've heard that people have said that he put those characters in there because there are certain criteria that he has to meet when it comes to winning the Oscar. So he put them in there for the shortest period of time, and then the movie after that is actually solid. Give it a week, then check. That might be solid, but let's do something else real quick. Just to do a double check on this, right? If we go to Metacritic and we go to... What the fuck? There we go. We go to the Metascore. 89% by the critics. A 5.1. 5.1. What the fuck is going on here? Why is it that Rotten Tomatoes has like a near 100% perfect rating by the audience, but if you check Metacritic, it's at 50%? Something's not acting up here. I mean, something's not adding up here. Why would I give a fuck about Rotten Tomatoes reviews? I'll wait for the people who earned my trust to review it. Also, yeah, DEI, BS ain't seeing my money. No, that's 100% fair. Yeah, back to you, good sir. I'll be doing the same. The most important metric to study is whether the number of reviews occasionally drops. That is actually a very important thing, because that means they're deleting reviews to make sure that only the most positive of reviews are there. But holy Jesus, I will be so relieved if this is a good movie. I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be fucking cynical all the time. That's just my nature. But if this is a good movie, I'd be so fucking happy about that. I would honestly be happy about it. Also, since the movie had a lot of negative press, maybe people who would dislike it just skipped it. Plus, Nolan has a die-hard following. Maybe. There's like, we can come up with theories and reasons and ideas as to why things are the way they are. What happened, why the Metacritic score is so different from the Rotten Tomatoes score, what's actually going on here. We can come up with theories until the fucking sun goes down and comes back up again. But at its core, there's the chance. There's at least a chance that this is a good movie. Also, since the movie had a lot of negative... yeah, okay, so people can fix these 4 minutes of Lupita and Ellen Page with AI, the Odyssey Chud cut. I wonder, Eucharist, I genuinely wonder this, right? Does anyone remember the series Arcane? Right? You know how Vi and Caitlyn had that whole lesbian relationship and shit? But when they released the series in China, they cut out all the lesbian relationship scenes. Do you think it's possible that if this movie hits the Chinese audience, that they're going to cut out all the 4-minute like components with Ellen like Page and Lupita Nyong'o, and then release it but without those characters in it? I wonder, does China get the chud cut? Does China specifically get the chud cut? It's true that Rotten Tomatoes has a history of deleting reviews, but this is a case of shitty trailers and questionable casting. But the overall movie is actually good. I saw it last night. That's good to hear. That's actually a relief to hear. Chudna. Yeah, no, Chudna. It would be such a huge relief to hear that Christopher Nolan hasn't fucked up this movie and that he hasn't eaten all of this shit. Now, I'm saying all of this for one specific reason. I didn't expect this to pop off. I didn't expect this to happen. But damn, this tweet did numbers. I just didn't expect this. But this raises a more interesting question in my head. Right? And I still didn't get an answer to this. See, I said serious question. Whether it's video games or movies, why would anyone trust professional critics anymore? Obviously, The Odyssey just came out, 96%. The Last of Us Part 2, 93%. Cuties, the pedophile movie, 87%. Critics enjoyed the pedophile movie. They enjoyed watching little girls shake their ass back and forth in front of a camera. They enjoyed softcore porn of children. Star Wars, 91%. You know, the non-canon movie that they deleted because they decided it wasn't doing good enough. And Ghostbusters, 74%. And then over on the video game side of things, Last of Us, 93, Overwatch, 79. And this is not Overwatch 1. This is Overwatch 2. 2023. Just to make that clear. Then there's Dragon Age the Veil God, 82, and Assassin's Creed Shadows, 81. Now the people having a shit fit in the comments here seem to have completely missed the fucking point of what I was asking. I was trying to ask, why the fuck should anyone ever trust a professional critic? And this is not new information. Most people gave up on trusting them 10 years ago or longer. But if the Odyssey's good, fine. Great, fantastic, I love that. But that doesn't discount all this other shit we've had to put up with. And the worst part about this tweet was if you look in the fucking comments, I didn't even get a goddamn answer. I just got a bunch of fucking people going, the left wing, the right wing, the woke, the chud. But all these fucking people never answered the question. All of them just went on their own little fucking tirade non-stop. And here we go. Here's one. You're a genius. I wasn't making a statement, dumbass. I was asking a question. I never got an answer to my fucking question. Twitter is slowly devolving into fucking Reddit. Holy shit, it's so bad. Free speech was a mistake. Free speech was a huge mistake. These people are just shitting themselves, panicking over this, right? Here we go. What a dog shit movie. I'm asking a question, dipshit. Slowly. Yeah, you know what? I take that back. It's not slowly. Twitter is slowly becoming fucking Reddit. And it's really pissing me off, actually. It's all about engagement. It's all about people like saying some inflammatory shit that's meant to rile people up and get them to comment so they can get their $5 sent to them to India. I wanted an answer, goddammit. And then there's people, to be fair, OG Overwatch wasn't that bad. Look at the date. Never got an answer. Just people posting their shit non-stop. It's become fucking Reddit. It's already Reddit. You're right. I'm behind the times. It's already Reddit. So now let's take a look at why you can't find anything good to watch on YouTube. This leads into a wider argument that I have, right? A wider segment of what I wanted to look at, right? I wanted to look at what's wrong with critics. What's wrong with critics in movies? What's wrong with critics in video games? The conflict of interest that they have with one another, and leading into how I see this problem starting to bleed into YouTube now. Has anyone noticed that YouTube has a bunch of slop on it? Like more than ever before. It's always had slop on it, but it just keeps getting worse. It's drama farming. It's politics. Very few people doing anything interesting or fun or for entertainment. But that's it. How do it put the stream on 2x speed? Yeah, I wish I could just give you that double speed. You'll have to just watch the VOD afterwards. It's racing Reddit towards the bottom. It actually is. Twitter is actually racing Reddit towards the bottom. It's getting really fucking bad. Because it's all about engagement farming. It's never answer the fucking questions that you're asked. It's never, like, you know, keep to logical, definitive statements. It's just, well, actually, me. And they have their own little fucking take. And you know what? I hate it. I fucking actually hate this. I hate the whole right-wing versus left-wing thing, as if we're all part of a group. It's all political sports teams. It's everyone taking a side, as if anyone is just, you know, planting their flag and signaling which side they're on. It's easier to get mad than it is to use your brain. Apparently so. Apparently fucking so. YouTube peak slop starts with YouTube Kids. Man, I do not let my kid on YouTube Kids. Right, so we monitor her usage of YouTube very, very fucking carefully. She only watches like Curious George for like 20 minutes, then she gets up and does some other stuff. You cannot leave your kid alone with an iPad. You cannot leave your kid around a screen alone. That is the most fucking insane shit to do ever. Never leave your child alone watching stuff, because YouTube will actually feed your child brain rot slop. It's happened a few times where my kid has gotten to the end of like a 20-minute episode of Curious George, and then next up is fucking, you know, cat got pregnant by a dog, and the dog was cheating on the cat, but the cat was cheating on the dog, and she gave birth to a fucking strawberry. Remember Elsagate? Yeah. I remember Elsagate. I remember the entire Elsagate saga. It was fucking horrific, and all those Elsagate videos were themed around the exact same things. It was... one of them was pregnant. There was Spider-Man, Elsa, and the Joker. There was always a fucking, you know, supercar somewhere in the picture. And for some reason, human shit was involved. YouTube Kids was a mistake. It was a huge fucking mistake. Never let your kid on YouTube Kids. Never let your kid watch a screen alone. You should always be in their presence when they're watching the screen. You have to be so fucking careful, because the brain rot is there, and it's all brightly colored and oversaturated to drag kids' attention in and fuck them up, and they're not actually learning anything. No wonder the kids are retarded today. They're almost as retarded as I was when I was a kid. It's real fucking rough. Can you ban YouTube Kids from your network so she never has to interact with it? Yes, I've already done it. It's called parental controls. It's real easy. It's real rough. So, let's start this off right here. Don't know why this didn't load properly. With how to spot a bad critic. Let's figure this shit out.
I am Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer. Volca Sildro, our Lord of the Cebulia. Are you the gatekeeper?
Well, I guess I am now. This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Oh god. Immediately
I know
into an
specifics,
ad.
whoever
Get the
anyway,
fuck out of
personal
here.
experience of doing the exact the poison work. It's only a problem when it is a person.
Okay. He just skipped past it. Let's go back. I thought it was a full ad. Never mind.
Look, I know this video may be interpreted as an attack, but let me be clear, I'm not calling anyone specific.
It should be interpreted as an attack. You should be attacking these fucking people. Otherwise, they never learn their goddamn lesson.
Jokes aside, do not harass whoever you believe to be a bad critic. It makes you a piece of shit, and it helps spread their nonsense anyway.
You don't have to harass them. You just need to point them out, and then they take that as harassment. The term harassment has become so fucking compromised that it no longer holds any weight or value or meaning anymore. That's the problem with the term harassment. You make a Twitter post replying to someone where you disagree with them, and now they're like, oh, you're harassing me. No, they responded to something you said publicly. The word harassment doesn't mean anything.
This video is just a tool to help you spot bad reviews, formulated from my personal experience of doing the exact stupid shit I'm about to criticize. Finally, remember, the dose makes the poison. 1, 2, or even 10 videos do not invalidate someone's entire body of work. It's only a problem when it is a persistent trend. With all that out of the way, let the gatekeeping commence.
Man, this guy's got some solid old school editing going. I kind of like it.
Let's address the most common misconception, that film reviews are just opinions. I don't like it does not mean it sucks. A vibe-based...
That's true. That's true. The nuance has been lost. I personally dislike certain video games that people fucking love. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with those people loving those video games as well. Harassment as a definition, it has to include persistent or repeated behavior. So if someone says persistent or repeated retarded shit, and you reply to their persistent and repeated retarded shit persistently and repeatedly, that means you're harassing them? Do you see the problem there? Right? You're getting caught down in a definition as well, right? The problem with the definition is that the definition doesn't apply. The idea of the word harassment has been corrupted to mean whatever you want it to mean when you want things to go your way. That's the issue.
A statement like this is not critiquing anything from the film. How you feel about a movie does not necessarily reflect the film's quality. Consider an extreme case. Roger Ebert's review of The Birth of a Nation. Directed by D.W. Griffith, the film pioneered the use of moving cameras, cross-cutting, and dynamic close-ups. As Ebert points out, it codified and demonstrated the language of cinema for all future films to follow. The film is also hated for its overt racism, portraying the KKK as heroic saviors of white farmers against rampaging free slaves.
Maybe I need to watch this movie.
A legacy still infamous to this day. Facing such contradiction, Ebert wrote, "All serious moviegoers must sooner or later arrive at a point where they see a film for what it is, and not simply for what they feel about it." Ebert's thesis, as I understand it, is that Birth is a masterfully crafted film in service of evil.
Thanks for the recommendation. Putting this one down on the list.
The film made real-world impact. It revived the popularity of the Klan, therefore, we must study it. And thus, his review provides context on how the film is perceived. He pointed out the film's aesthetic innovation and its unparalleled recreation of Civil War battles. He then showed how the very artistry amplifies its racist message. It is a review of the film from all angles, not a simple verdict based on opinions.
Okay, sure. But I want to know who made this movie. When was this made? By who? What opinions did they have? Because all of that colors how, or doesn't color in this case, how, whites only, because it's going to color how this movie is portrayed, right? Each movie is made by people with a certain perspective, who are going to look at that perspective. There are a ton of movies out there that are just in the writer's barely disguised fetish live on camera, right? So the problem with this is it's gonna be a set piece made by certain people with a certain intention, as is every fucking movie out there, because the large majority of people who make movies or write scripts and do all of that shit, they are not thinking about this of something outside of themselves. They are pushing their opinions on people.
A sillier example comes from essayist and part-time warlock Dan Olsen of the YouTube channel Folding Ideas, who once reviewed all the 50 Shades movies. We all know those movies suck ass, but Olsen did not approach them as such.
Okay.
He considers the difficulty of making a film that functions both as a standalone and as part of a trilogy.
This is the movie and book series that led to a crisis in the UK because the NHS had to issue a warning about doing butt stuff because they were getting overwhelmed with people with damaged rectums after they read and watched 50 Shades of Grey. I remember this.
He separates genuine missteps from problems caused by a nightmare production. And when the film did something right, he acknowledges it.
Anyway, Sam Taylor Johnson and Kelly Marcel are far better storytellers than Erica Mitchell, and they understand Mitchell's story better than she does, as evidenced by the closing moments of the film where Anna goes to leave.
Wait, Folding Ideas is a good YouTube channel. I know nothing about him. He's been completely off my radar. Maybe I need to look at him.
Christian moves to intercept her, and she tells him no.
Stop. No!
Did he like the film? No. But Olsen was not blinded by the film's reputation. To critique a film is not to justify our disdain. We have to put our feelings aside and explore what each film does.
How many people do you think are capable of doing that? If you thought of 10 people in your life that you have a personal relationship with on some level, how many of them do you think are capable of that type of nuance? If I think about it, 2. I think I know 2 people who are capable of that type of nuance. So the problem here is the idea of the attempt to be objective is out the fucking window. I don't think anyone is truly capable of that. It's not about the execution. It's about the attempt, at least. 0, 4 maybe. You've got a lot of people who are good people around you, Bestia. I can think of 2 that are capable of that.
On our channel, we try to follow this approach, though obviously not as sharply or as scholarly as the greats. Still, while I love Mulan, I can admit its flaws. I dislike Shin Godzilla, but I can respect its brilliance. My gut tells me that Naja looks ugly. That doesn't mean I should think it is bad character design. What if the movie wants him to look
I've seen so many shorts of this fucking movie, and they're all in Chinese.
ugly? What if the film wants me to judge him, just as the whole world does? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone
has one. That's
Sharing
right.
it is easy.
Some people have 2.
Sharing analysis is much harder. Being able to evaluate craftsmanship with unbiased eyes is a fundamental skill required for film study.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
Critics, listen. I'm tired of scrolling through your social media. Go make a website with Squarespace.
Oh, fuck, there's
The
the
text
ad.
limit and the formatting of social media is
Oh, no,
really
it's
well
not.
suited for any in-depth analysis. If you want to establish your credibility, you need to write better.
no, it is an ad.
And you need to display better. With Squarespace, you can tailor your reviews.
Yeah, that's an ad.
Write the suit. With
That's an ad.
If you are feeling squarespace.com
He nearly got me.
Cinema,
He nearly
use
got
the
me.
code AXANACINEMA and you can get 10% off your
Sneaky
first purchase.
fucker.
Establish
Sneaky
your
little
professional
shit.
image and expand your career
Get the
and
fuck
get
outta here.
started today.
He nearly got me. Little bastard. He was good at that.
Next is a sign I find most telling. If someone thinks every movie sucks for the same reasons, chances are they are not critiquing, they're doing social
You made us watch an ad. Yeah, we sponsored them for free. I should go get my money from Squarespace any day now.
commentary. Nothing wrong with social commentary, we do it too. but a few videos per trend is plenty. Now, I don't want to target anyone, so let's use a ridiculous hypothetical example. Imagine a reviewer who thinks all modern Hollywood movies are bad because the unrealistic, strong female characters are emasculating young men. I know
That's not the problem. That's not the issue. The issue isn't having strong female characters. The issue is having unrealistic female characters where the male counterpart to them is effectively a dumber version of Homer Simpson. That's the problem. It hits from two sides of the equation. That's the issue. But Squarespace does not fit the shape of my dick. Have you considered getting surgery to fix that? It's in vogue now. You're allowed to do that to yourself.
I know this sounds like...
Also, imagine you whip your cock out and it's perfectly square. You may not get laid, but you sure as fuck will be memorable. She'll remember you for the rest of her life. The issue is that strong female character is boring as shit. I think it's more than that, right? You can make a strong female character. The strong female character can be interesting and nuanced and develop as a person and all of that shit. But the problem is that most of the characters who are strong female characters, they are Mary Sue's, they have no personality. The films that they're in insist on the idea that because they started off perfect, they make no mistakes and do not develop as a person, and they are effectively signposts for the writers. Right, you can have a perfectly fine, strong female character, Lara Croft, fucking Metroid. You can have Samus from Metroid. You can have fucking brilliant, exceptional, strong female characters if they've got a personality attached to them. But the problem is, I think a lot of the writing is so fucking lazy that their whole personality around a lot of strong female characters is they are just strong female characters and they've just got no development beyond that. They're not really people. The issue isn't them being a female, it's that every single time they are clearly written as someone's revenge fantasy, and the narrative leans on men letting them humiliate them without fighting back like a crutch. Exactly. Yes, that's the perfect way to put it. Right. They make male characters into dumpy, retard Homer Simpson characters, and they make female characters into this, I'm so smart, I'm so brilliant, but the problem is the writer is not intelligent enough to match up to the idea of this character being smart and brilliant. So instead of making them smart and brilliant, they just make everyone else in the film a retard. Problem with Hollywood interpretation of strong female characters, the character is a trope rather than a character. Exactly, yes. And this is why there's such a knee-jerk response to whenever there's a female lead in a movie that's not a fucking rom-com, right? The problem is, it's not the strong female character, but it becomes a red flag for this movie's gonna be shit because these guys don't actually know what they're doing. You expect certain things out of a strong female character now because it's been done to death and they don't actually have a personality.
Like a stupidly unrealistic belief, but just as an excuse? Let's ask why. No, seriously, try it. It's super effective at poking holes in arguments. Sue Storm is too powerful. Okay, why is that a bad thing? If you are
I've never heard that argument in my life. I've never heard the argument that Sue Storm is too powerful. I've never actually heard someone say that. I've heard people say Sue Storm is poorly written. I've heard them say that this is more of a person than they let them be in the movie. I've never heard someone actually bitch about Sue Storm being too powerful. I've never heard someone bitch about Storm from the X-Men being too powerful. I've never actually met someone who said my problem is they're too powerful. Realistically, Realistically, in half the movies, the heroine would go into her long monologue, relegating the villain with her... regaling, I suppose, the villain with her morals, and the villain would just interrupt her by breaking her nose. Yeah, look, I don't think movies need to focus on realism. They just need to focus on awesome shit and character development. That's all they need to do, right? And you know what? It'd be kind of funny to actually see that in a movie to have one of those characters who tries to do one of those monologues and then just gets the fuck beaten out of them. Why do businesses keep hiring people who keep failing? Why do they still believe in the existence of the modern audience? How much lost money will be necessary to turn around? All of it. All of it. They have convinced themselves that the audience is the problem and not them. Is that Rose on the left? I wish. I'd be rock hard all the time.
Critic, asking yourself this question will help you improve your writing immensely. Firstly, why does unrealistic automatically means bad? Cinema is full of unrealistic heroes we still love. Secondly, if strong women undermine masculinity, then why don't strong men also undermine femininity?
Because they don't shit on women while they're doing it. Have you noticed that strong masculine characters tend to be the ones saving or helping women wherever possible, and strong female characters tend to be the ones shitting on men at every given opportunity that they have? I say again, them being strong isn't the fucking problem. It's the writing retard who can't figure out how to make a character who doesn't shit on other people who are weaker than them or need assistance in some way.
If they do, then why isn't it equally bad? If your answer is men are naturally stronger in real life, then we loop back to the question of why does unrealistic equal bad? If the argument is that Hollywood overdoes this trope, then we are not critiquing a movie, but a social trend. And that's
No, we're critiquing the writers, not the social trend. The social trend is that you see a strong female character, and because there's a strong female character, you expect that they're going to be written like shit. That's, like, people don't know how to express this, but the problem is because nuance is lost, what people default to is, oh, it's going to be a woke movie, it's got a woman, bad movie, woman, because they're trying to express an idea that is beyond that.
fine, but let's call it what it is. No two films are the same, thus no two movies are bad for the same reason. Take critic Christy Lemire, whom I used to love until she gave live-action Mulan a positive review, so now I only respect her. She criticized both Mulan and the Marvels for lack of emotional connections, but in very different ways. For Mulan, the issue was performance. Liu's performance might have been more powerful if she'd been a bit more emotive. For the Marvels, it was narrative focus. But Larson and Paris, while individually charismatic and commanding, can only do so much to convey the heartache of a shared trauma.
Neither of them were charismatic or commanding. Sorry. They just weren't. They were shit. Their acting was shit in this movie. It upset me watching this movie. This was shit writing. You know, you made a bad character when you have to bend the plot around them. Absolutely. You've made it, like, unless there's some very specific reason that the plot bends around them, like they've got an ability to do that, a la Deadpool style or something like that. There's no reason to do that and fuck up your whole story just because you've written yourself into a corner and you can't figure out how to get out of it because you're not bright enough to know how to do that. Jean Grey became too powerful as the Dark Phoenix to the point that she could destroy planets and wipe entire races. Marvel killed her soon after because it was no other way to fix the character. Yeah, they wrote themselves into a fucking corner because she's supposed to be like the avatar of the Phoenix Force, who's like this universal concept. And when you get to things of that scale, you write yourself out of being able to solve the problem.
When it's wedged in between blandly frantic action sequences. Granted, these are not in-depth analysis, they are spoiler-free reviews, yet even here, Lemire's critiques are tailored. In criticizing the visual of the Marvels, she doesn't just say it looks bad. She points out the fake prop.
I remember this movie. I took my wife to see this movie. We didn't watch the whole thing. She literally got up and left. We got halfway through this movie and she just stood up and walked out. And I was like, where the fuck are you going? And I had to follow her. And she's like, I just can't watch this shit anymore. I still remember that. We'd booked a whole day out. This was before we had our kid, and we were like, okay, it's gonna be a nice, chill, relaxed time. We've been going through some stressful stuff. My family's been an asshole to us both. Let's just go watch a movie and relax. She got out of there. She was more mad than what we were dealing with in real life. She just stood up and walked out. What? Okay, I guess I'll get your popcorn. And I left with her. We sat outside watching popcorn, watching birds outside of the fucking shopping center that we were in when we watched this, because those were more interesting than the fucking movie.
The poor compositing and the tasteless lighting.
She hated the wigs in this movie as well.
She uses 3 examples to assess only the visual, then combines visual with story, acting, and even musical score to give a final conclusion. It's a review built from the ground up. Our gut reaction is often binary, either it's good or bad. But to critique a film is to engage with every aspect of it. Story, visuals, editing, music, performances, etc. Rarely does a single element define the entire film. A good movie can have weak spots, and a bad one can still shine in places. Bad CGI didn't stop The Mummy from being fun. Good VFX doesn't make Transformers a masterpiece.
Yeah, but that's down to suspension of disbelief.
This is just my speculation, but if someone dismisses an entire movie with a single criticism, let alone a recycled one, then they're just reverse engineering a reason to justify their gut feelings.
Have you considered people don't criticize it based on one thing, but that one thing is the thing that sticks out there in their mind the most, and there are other criticisms that they don't know how to put a voice to. Oh, thank God, he didn't hit us with another ad.
Lastly, and most snobbishly, sorry man, I just don't trust reviewers who, year after year, only ever brings up classic Hollywood blockbusters. If
That's
every
fair.
comparison is to the same classics, Terminator, Alien, Indiana Jones, then they are not really critiquing cinema as a whole, just echoing pop culture nostalgia. When we did our video on the disappearance of silence in movies, we used Conan the Barbarian and Superman 78 to demonstrate the power of silence. I want to prove the point that even the most mainstream films have powerful silent scenes, so I picked the most popular films. And yet, a lot of you haven't seen Conan the Barbarian, have you?
I have. It was based as fuck.
Around the same time, essayist Thomas Flight covered basically the same topic. The film he chose to demonstrate the power of silence was The Exorcist.
But this isn't a scene from a meditative character drama. Instead, it's from the biggest blockbuster spectacle of that year.
In trying to prove the exact same point, we picked very different films. Hilariously, I have not seen The Exorcist. Indeed, it's very rare for critics to only ever bring up films you have seen. Take Patrick H. Willems, a YouTube film essayist with a focus on the Hollywood mainstream. James Bond,
Okay.
Spider-Man, Star Wars, The Matrix, all nostalgic franchises you already know.
Okay, but you have to try and use those because you're trying to create a common connection of the most commonly seen movies that other people have seen. Not everyone has seen Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, but a lot of people have seen the first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire.
A few months ago, he made a video on the evolution of flying scenes in preparation for the release of Superman. So, where did he begin his story? The 1978 Superman? No, that's what a hack who can tell the difference between a squirrel and a chipmunk would do. Instead, Willems began with the 1924 Peter Pan, a film most of you have never heard of. It's not just movies either. Friend of the channel, Terrence,
I've never felt so old hearing him call The Matrix nostalgic. What do you mean? That was released like 5 years ago.
from Quality Culture once made a deep dive into the Rush Hour series. He contextualizes the films with articles, studies, news reports, and brought on fellow critic FD Signifier to add even more perspectives to his video. That's what good critics do. When they're curious about something, they explore it further. No one has seen every movie. The more we branch out, the more we specialize, the more our repertoire diverge. But we don't always remember that. We assume we are the normies, and what we have seen is universal. So when a reviewer references an obscure film as if everyone knows it, is a sign that they're exploring. Conversely,
or it might be a sign that they're out of touch.
critics who cling to the same films for years reveal a lack of curiosity. It's an obvious sign that someone doesn't see cinema as a field-up study. Instead, they cocoon into the nostalgia, seeing every new film.
God, Gladiator was such a fucking amazing movie. In my opinion, you can't keep referencing movies from the 80s when you're arguing that movies are shit now. It's a shit take. I think that's right, but you can also, like, I think you should be able to reference them. It's just it probably shouldn't be your only reference, right? I don't actually see like a problem with referencing old movies where they got something right decades ago, and then for some reason in a modern movie they can't even get the basics correct. And you should be able to reference old movies because the catalog is fucking gigantic, but you can also take it to a modern film that did do it the correct way. Right, you can probably do both. I don't see an issue with referencing old stuff. I see an issue with not being able to reference both new and old stuff in the process of doing this. FD signify the Hassan simp. What the fuck does what the hell is FD signify? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Through an unchanging lens. The only reason they do, I assume, is because they believe they already know all that is necessary. If they aren't learning, then what else are they doing but reinforcing their existing beliefs?
I don't know, I kind of feel like that's a midwit take. Because you're trying to explain your perspective to other people, so you're going to reference certain things that you've seen. I think it's a midwit take to just, define things down to one single conclusion of what you think of someone else's criticism as of that. Like, if there's a guy who really, really likes like really shitty Marvel and woke movies, and that's all he does, and that's his thing, and that's what he loves, then he's going to be speaking to a specific audience that agrees with him, but he's not going to be speaking to a larger audience outside of that. As with education papers and studies, if you only use a limited subset of data, you make yourself less believable. That's true, but there's also the idea that you dilute things to incoherence if you add too many variables into certain papers and studies, right? You keep like a narrow field of things. So like a good example of this is, let's say someone is specialized or narrowed down their field of focus when it comes to films into video game adaptations or into very specific, Chinese fighting films and stuff like that. If that guy all of a sudden one day reviewed a rom-com, how valuable is what he has to say? Right? Yeah, it's like, the idea is you should open your mind, but you can't open your mind too much, otherwise your brain will fall out. I think there's a balance to be kept there.
Bro, you're just jealous they are more popular than you.
No, I'm not dim. I'm aware envy consumes my every waking moment.
Let's be clear. If I really want popularity, I wouldn't have spent time introducing movies you have never heard of. In my experience, the videos that gets the most clicks are often about topics people already know. They are safe,
Yes.
predictable, and comforting.
Absolutely.
After all, most people come to YouTube for entertainment, not challenge. How often are we excited by difference of opinions? That's why I feel incredibly lucky to have all of you here, listening to this really accented, allegedly Asian dude rambling about shit that is off the beaten path. To be curious is to be open-minded, and that is 1,000 times
I never saw this version of Kung Pao.
more valuable than chasing meaningless popularity. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being a key master, willing to open doors and see what's on the other side.
Wait, FD signifier, a black YouTuber who talks about black social issues. So that's like his hyper-focus down. So is he like a Hassan simp in particular? This guy strikes me as someone who still thinks Hollywood can be saved and is salty that other people don't agree. He strikes me more as someone who's trying to take things, like, I can appreciate the attempt that he's trying to make of trying to be more objective. I feel like a lot of the things that he's saying, though, he's narrowing down certain things to drawing one conclusion when there's usually more than one conclusion that people draw from something. Right. And also, he didn't fulfill his title. He didn't really tell us how to spot a bad critic. This wasn't about bad critics. This was actually more about him ranting about movies, about the way people see movies. So that kind of sucked. He kind of fucked that one up for us, huh? Damn. All right. Well, let's see things from the video game side of perspective. Let's see what it looks like there. And also, I think Hollywood can be saved, Green Sky Wizard. All we need to do is replace them with people who are good writers, who are good directors, who are, like, it needs to just eliminate everyone who is part of this, who's been an issue, who's made shitty movies, who doesn't know how to write a strong female character that's not just a signpost, who keeps on writing every male character as fucking Homer Simpson, right? I think if we eliminate those people, we can actually save Hollywood. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. So we need a Hollywood 2. Absolutely we do. Bollywood. They really shouldn't have made a second and third Ip Man. Yeah, they shouldn't have. The first Ip Man was perfect. It was, oh God, I loved the first Ip Man. Bruce Lee was so good in that fucking movie. God, it was ideal. Oh, that was peak. But let's see what the video game side of things is now, huh? Critics don't understand video games. Let's see if this guy crashes out.
Off of rooftops and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of the black teen.
You need help, Eddie.
If I had $1 for every time I fell in love with a globally hated video game, I'd probably have enough money to buy good video games. It's a recurring theme where massive gaming critique companies get themselves into controversy for ridiculous takes and reviews, and you may have been witness at times to a video game's reception on the internet being overwhelmingly negative, even though you enjoyed it. The truth is, every year dozens of incredible video games get tossed aside by the hands of the privileged who vote yes game or no game just because of a YouTube review. Now, gamers,
just because of a YouTube review? I don't know if people are that shallow. How many people have tossed aside something just because of a YouTube? Yeah, I'll ask you guys this. Have any of you tossed any video game aside because some guy out there said he didn't like it? Or did you go and look for more information? Did you go and look for gameplay? Did you go and look for what something looks like? Get some deeper perspective rather than just trusting the first voice you see on the internet. People are not that shallow. This is a cope. I think this is a cope, yeah. A good example of this that I can think of, I think it was the PlayStation 3 or the PlayStation 4. They released a new Thief game, and it was widely panned as something that was frustrating and people didn't like. I fucking loved that game. I thought it was awesome. I liked that game a lot. I didn't look at the criticism and think to myself, man, I fucking hate this game. I just was like, well, these guys don't like it. I like it. Fucking, I'm gonna play it. I love poorly reviewed games, and I hate well-reviewed ones. You mean you, specifically? Or do you mean this guy? I even gave Gollum a chance. I saw enough gameplay to know that Gollum wasn't for me. I went down a rabbit hole when Gollum was released, and I was like, this one doesn't work for me. I bought games based on YouTube reviews, but I never stopped playing a game because of a review. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
as of launch day, this game is pretty good.
This is the greatest thing ever.
But unfortunately, it does have some minor issues.
I'm going to docs to develop.
It's common practice before making a purchase to do research.
To be fair, that does look like a lot of YouTube comments.
See what other people say about the product you want to buy. If you're getting a vacuum cleaner or a television, this is a great habit to keep up. A vacuum's power consumption and performance is entirely objective. Everybody will have the same experience with a vacuum cleaner because you can't interpret anything differently about it.
Depends if it was a man or woman who bought that vacuum cleaner.
On the other hand, a video game is a whole other ballgame. There are so many factors that make a video game inherently good that it makes it so nobody in the world will ever agree on what the best video game ever truly is. No matter how qualified they are, no matter how many games they play, you will always be the best judge for whatever you end up purchasing. So are these big dog game reviewers truly reliable? Well, to come to that conclusion, let's go over some of the most iconic moments.
Absolutely not. They are not reliable, not for the reason that they might have a differing opinion from you, but they understand that they have to review things from big companies in a more positive light because otherwise they get blacklisted. Additionally, it's a well-known fact that these guys usually get bribed to give better reviews than they actually give. And I wonder if he's brave enough to touch on that, or whether he's just going to pretend it doesn't exist. AC Black Flag Resynced is mostly positive on Steam, but I know my experience would be mostly negative. Well, the thing is, I played the original Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I thought it was fucking great. I think it was the single best, outside of maybe Assassin's Creed 2, the best Assassin's Creed game out there. I have no interest in the remake because I don't need to relive it. I just had a great time with the first one. I believe the last video game that earned my money was Elden Ring. I knew it would since the first trailer. That's true. Also, From Software does have a reputation for making exceptional games, so they do have that. If you tried the first 3 Thief games, you'd understand why people hated New Thief. I did. I did try the first 3 Thief games. I played them all. And then I still enjoyed the New Thief game.
In gaming journalism. Kicking it off with IGN's notorious Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire review, Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire take place on an island, and depending on which version of the game you have, the antagonists of the game will use different Pokemon. For the Ruby version, the main villains will be known as Team Magma, and will provide...
This was the remake of the Ruby and Sapphire games that were one of the peak Pokemon games on the Game Boy Advanced. I remember this.
Prioritize fire types, while the Sapphire version has Team Aqua, which of course uses water types. The reviewer of the game, whose career is reviewing video games, took points off the game because there was too much water. What the hell? The main
That's fucking weird.
issue with the too much water critique was that Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were remakes of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. The main gimmick about those games that people loved and wanted to experience again, don't leave me, was that it took place on an island and there was a huge focus on water type and fire type Pokemon. So docking points from a game because it's faithful to the original version rubs some people the wrong way, especially...
It rubs me the fucking wrong way. Literally, one of the legendaries was Kyogre. And I'm sorry, but Kyogre's a bitch. Sorry. I said it, Kyogre's a bitch. Groudon's way better. Imagine being a fire ground type Pokemon in a legendary battle and you wade into the fucking ocean to throw hands with a goddamn uppity whale. This wasn't a half sea, half land battle. That motherfucker walked into the ocean to fuck up that whale. I'm sorry. Groudon's better. Groudon had some fucking nuts on him.
Longtime fans of the franchise. Another classic moment in gaming journalism was when Super Smash Bros. Ultimate added Joker from Persona 5 as DLC content, and along with him came songs from the original soundtrack. The song Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out There is sung by a Japanese woman who doesn't speak in a traditional American accent, and because of that, some of her words can be misinterpreted. Instead of doing proper research, a writer at Kotaku made a whole article about how...
Yeah, but that's Kotaku. That's what I expect from Kotaku and why no one ever believes them. Hot take, Kyogre should be bigger than Wailord. He should be. That's not a hot take. That's lukewarm at best.
She uses the R word in the song, and in her defense, it does kind of sound like it.
Ready to pick up the pieces. Let's go. Let's play. Retarded.
Retarded!
But in reality, that is not the case. One, its placement in the lyrics makes no sense at all. Why would she say R word? I can say it. Like, I mean, I guess you can, but what does that have to do with the rest of the song, Lynn? And second, what she's actually saying is retort it, which means to respond to something in accusation. And that is the entire premise of Persona 5 after all. Taking on the role of a teenage boy standing up...
So basically, Kotaku did a Kotaku and didn't do any of their fucking research. Oh god, color me surprised.
...corruption and changing the hearts of the wicked. So again, instead of doing proper research, a journalist at Kotaku decided to write a whole article on a word she thought she heard, and it backfired horribly.
Deserved. More people need to shit on these games journalists for being like this.
The last classic tale of gaming journalism I'll recite is IGN's Alien Isolation review. Alien Isolation is a game where you're trying to navigate a space station while avoiding a serial murdering alien. The following statement is one of the criticisms that the IGN reviewer had for Alien Isolation.
Fright dissolved into frustration as I got killed from behind for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, but that's probably because you suck at video games. I remember the Cuphead tutorial video.
Even as I was crouched, motionless and out of sight in an air duct.
And one of the great things about Alien Isolation is that the alien in question that's trying to kill you is actually intelligent and does everything in its power to seek you out. In most video games, the AI is about as intelligent as my left nut.
Oh, that's gotta be her.
Let's find this kid already.
Spread out. I got you.
Oh, shit. She got another one. You keep searching.
What was this? 93% on Metacritic by the critics?
But the developers really poured their heart and soul.
Yeah, this is 100% video games journalist fucking slop. That
into
shit.
the Xenomorph in Alien Isolation because it's actually a competent threat to the player, and the reviewer criticized that and declared the game too hard.
The slightest sound, light source, or sight of you will cause the serial murdering life form to charge and...
Oh no, an alien acting like an alien in the video game. That's oh no, it's too difficult. Hey guys, I think Elden Ring needs an easy mode. Can someone pick up the controller and get me past the Cuphead tutorial? Please. But the graphics, Mr. Yeah, no, the graphics are so good. Oh, Skyrim tier AI, yeah, pretty much. Must have been the wind.
Kill you. 6 out of 10. In all the cases I just mentioned, except for the Super Smash Bros. DLC article, the journalists criticized the games over personal issues with the product. Not bugs, not price, personal preference. No matter how qualified and how huge
that makes them incompetent.
the company is, a human being is the person doing the review at the end of the day. Imagine a super realistic pirate game comes out. Blackbeard's Pirate Legends
Oh, Assassin's Creed Black Flag
comes out for the Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, and PC. It has historically accurate pirate ship mechanics, the seabed is identical to how it would look at that part of the ocean the game is set, and the story contains a ton of references to real-life events. IGN gets an early copy of the game, and they
0 out of 10, it's got slavery in it. How dare they do this to black people, even though it's a historical setting? That's what I expect.
have to select one of the reviewers who can give it a thought-out review. The thing is, IGN doesn't have anybody that understands scallywag history at a deep level, but they do have somebody who's seen all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. So of course, they pick the most qualified person they have to do the review, and he doesn't care for the one-to-one recreation of the ocean floor. He thinks the pirate ship mechanics are stupid and clunky. He doesn't understand any of the historical references that the story talks about. Every core mechanic that the
And he complains about racism. Don't forget that part.
developers put their heart and soul into goes right over his head, and he gives it a 7 out of 10. However, the target audience that the game was made for absolutely loves it, and they praise it to high heaven. But because IGN gave it a 7 out of 10, a lot of gamers missed out on the title that would have loved it. Do you see what I'm saying? Alien Isolation on Steam's user reviews has a very positive rating, with 92% of people saying they liked the game, and only 8% claiming they didn't, which completely contradicts the rating that IGN gave it in 2014. The only reason it got a rating so low on IGN is because the person who played it wasn't the target audience. A similar thing.
So he was incompetent. What I'm learning here is video games journalists are just incompetent retards who should have never touched video games. That's all I'm learning from this. I want to see how many bronze stars these journalists get in Mario games, an option for the game to literally play for you if you die too much in one level. An infinite number.
Thing happened with the open world zombie game Days Gone, which received a 6 out of 10 by IGN. Similar to Alien Isolation, Days Gone is rocking a 92% user rating on Steam, with the vast majority of people having a blast with the product. The critic that IGN had for Days Gone's review talked about how the bike was easily damaged by the environment, including when it impacts with zombies.
I'm noticing a trend here. I'm noticing that all of these professional reviewers are incompetent and incapable of playing the video game, and therefore it's the video game's problem and not theirs. Remember Summit playing Alien Isolation? He hated it so much. Like, worst game ever made. No, I don't actually remember that. Mostly because I didn't really care that much about Alien Isolation. I saw it from a distance. I saw some of the gameplay and I was like, yeah, this one's not for me. This one's not for me in particular. So I can't really hate on it. But the trend I'm noticing here is that most video game journalists don't actually play video games. That's what I'm getting out of this. I bet these reviewers would have problems finishing Mixtape. Well, they gave it a super high score, and I've seen a bunch of people do this the whole video game, and the game just plays for them. It's like mystical law of the universe that you can't explain. The moment someone starts working for one of those outlets, their navigation and fine motor skills drops to DSP levels. How dare you insult that queen like that? How dare you insult our princess DSP? I think DSP would do a better job if I'm being honest. To be honest, I hate weapon durability in every game except Monster Hunter. I think you hate weapon durability because of the way it's implemented and not because of actual weapon durability, and that's exactly what you're trying to say, because you're saying that it was implemented well in Monster Hunter and not everywhere else.
All that repetition is exacerbated by the fragility of your bike. This thing gets banged up from contact with just about any object, including, sadly, freakers. Why take this joy away from me? While I don't mind the sense of vulnerability, it becomes a drag when you simply want to get from A to B to complete a task without the fuss of uncompromising physics.
Then don't hit the fucking zombies when you're driving.
Deacon's bike in Days Gone is...
It's not like the game is forcing you to run them down. You're doing it because they're white. Durability for the sake of durability is ass. Agree. No, I 100% agree with that take, actually. I think if durability has a meaningful system behind it and has a strong gameplay reason and mechanic, then it becomes something interesting that you care about. If it's just there because they need the number there, it's like, why the fuck is this here? What's the point of this? It makes no point. They just put it in there as an extra system. Weapon durability on Breath of the Wild was the only time I found it frustrating to game, ruining levels. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked the idea that you couldn't be stuck with it. What did piss me off about watching my wife play Breath of the Wild was the fact that when you get the Master Sword, that still has durability. That pissed me off. That shouldn't have happened. That was irritating to me. They had a good balance of shit breaks and you need to make other stuff to reinforce the crafting systems of the game. But eventually what you find is you're packing like 75 different fucking weapons in your bag because you know shit's going to break all the time. I think they went way too much in the opposite direction.
Is one of the most important features in the game. Throughout the campaign, you're building up credits and collecting scrap to keep it in shape and upgrade it. If the bike wasn't damageable and never ran out of gas, the progression of Days Gone wouldn't be as significant. When you finally get that upgrade and your bike can drive longer and withstand more
See? That's durability with a reason behind it.
Damage, it makes you feel like the work you put into developing your character paid off. I mean, seriously, this is game design 101. You can't just fault a game for having progression. In Red Dead Redemption 2, your horse controls better the more you bond with it. The player has to spend time with it, taking care of it. Eventually, after hours of getting to know your horse, it gets easier to ride it. This is good progression, and IGN wouldn't dock points for that. But Days Gone having a progression system with the bike, 6 out of 10. Days Gone isn't Grand Theft Auto 5. It takes itself super seriously. You're scavenging for materials to craft bandages and basic things you'll need for survival. It's a grounded, open-world zombie game with video gamey elements, and the slow-paced nature of it is what makes the pacing so good and the high-speed action moments so rewarding when they finally happen. The reviewer then followed up the statement by saying,
"And what kind of biker drives around super carefully anyway?"
Personally, I felt that the
As someone who used to do a little bit of motocross when I was younger, it is very easy to fuck up on a bike and break something. Again, women can't drive class. You might be onto something, Kurumi. You might be fucking right about that. They gave this game to the wrong person, the wrong gender to review. The issue with weapon durability is because every studio that dabbles in it as a mechanic without having experience with that, they do a Breath of the Wild and every weapon breaks after 5 swings in a game full of damage sponges. Yes. That's a complete, like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing with the system, right? They don't know how to implement the system correctly. They've just decided that because a bunch of video games before us have had weapon durability, we need to have weapon durability with it as well. That's incompetent game design. I'll agree with that one. Dark Souls durability was dropped, but honestly should have been developed further, make breaking your enemy weapons and armor a viable strat as well as a threat to you. If there's one video game company that could probably do it right, it would probably be FromSoft. If it was another video game company you were talking about, I would disagree with you. But I think FromSoft gets a pass on that. I think, yeah, I agree. They should have developed it further. I trust them enough that they would have done it correctly. What kind of biker drives around super careful anyway? I don't know. How about every biker that hasn't died from a crash? I think it's a misunderstanding of the game itself, right? Like he said, this is supposed to be a grounded open world survival game. You're not going to show up as Goku and Kamehameha all the fucking zombies in front of you. This is a game that is meant to be more realistic than other fantasy-styled games.
Weakest moments in AMC's The Walking Dead was when the characters would run over zombies like they were completely weightless, or when the characters would have an infinite amount of ammo in a high-stress scene. The entire show, Rick and everybody else is preaching to the viewer how dangerous it is out there. But when the show throws all of that out the window for a few minutes of fun cinematic action, it's hard for me to immerse myself in the character's dread as much as I did before.
Carl.
Yep.
Carl.
I don't think that breaking away from realism is bad. I think it's a great thing. Django Unchained, for example, has a bunch of unrealistic gunfights that are super fun to watch.
I think it depends. It depends. It really depends. It's about how you get there, not just what you get to.
And it works because Django Unchained doesn't try to be a grounded, tense movie at the same time. It's very hard to accomplish being two things at once, and I think it's good that Days Gone doesn't stray too far off its foundational style. I don't think that this reviewer was incompetent. I don't think they were wrong about
I do. I think they were heavily incompetent.
anything that they said. I just think that they clearly weren't the target audience, and how could they be? IGN doesn't have an infinite number of gamers to choose from, and it's evident that the people who
But they do. They do have an infinite number of gamers to choose from. They actually do. But the problem is they're not hiring gamers who play certain video games. They are hiring people who got a journalist degree out of a university and have never touched a fucking video game in their life. What the fuck do you mean they don't have an infinite amount of people to choose from? They actually do. Django Unchained, the movie about that lizard, great movie, yes, that's the one.
Days Gone was meant for, loved it. But because IGN, the main source people go to before buying a game, said it was a 6 out of 10, tons of people who would have loved the game, like the 92% of people who bought it on Steam did, missed out on an experience they probably would have enjoyed. I know I did. When I saw Days Gone revealed at E3, I was super excited.
Hey baby, come here. I'm gonna hug you.
But when it came out on the PlayStation 4, I held off because IGN made a bunch of claims about the game that I believe now to be complete misinformation. I'm happy Days Gone in recent years has begun reaching the audience it should have when it first released, because it's a really fun open world game. Yeah, it has its flaws. I think that Days Gone can be repetitive after a while, and the cutscenes are super stiff, but the combat, bike riding, and storytelling carries the entire experience, so it's easy to overlook that stuff.
Was that PewDiePie? Yes. I immediately, just by him saying these words, I trust him more with his review of this video game than I do a games journalist. Not even because this is his type of game that he loves, but because he actually plays video games.
Stuff when you absorb yourself in the world. And as a little bonus, the PC port is really well optimized, and $20 if you get it on sale. With a Ryzen 5 3600, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and an RTX 2070, I maintained 60 frames per second the entire game without using upscaling on the Ultra Graphics preset. And all my fellow PC gamers know that that is rare these days. So it's pretty common knowledge that the review format these huge video game journalists used is known to be flawed. But there's another community
Not just flawed, rigged and bribed.
that I think should be discussed, and most importantly, should not be taken seriously when it comes to their video game critiques. Streamers. Don't listen to streamers. Have you
The fuck you talking about? I'm the only objective one in the world. How dare he do that? Disgusting. Disliked.
heard of a little indie game called Red Dead Redemption 2? Well, I haven't. It's my favorite game of all time. It's one of those games that doesn't do much wrong. The protagonist is not the traditional brute man that we play as in most open world adventure games, and he has a lot of intellectual depth. But what makes him enticing as a character is that he's so unintentionally humble because he hates himself.
No wonder they all leave you, you sour-faced idiot.
He's convinced he's an idiot. He thinks he's ugly, and it naturally draws...
Shit take streamers at least prove that they played the game they comment on by playing it on stream. I was actually kind of mentally processing this while he was talking, right, Green Sky Wizard? I think it's a shit take, not because you should be listening to the streamer, but because if you're watching a streamer play a video game, you are watching the gameplay and you can decide for yourself using the gameplay, right? I think just hearing an opinion from a streamer is more valuable than hearing it from a games journalist, but it's not as valuable as you like playing the game or deciding for yourself. I would trust any random streamer who plays video games over a games journalist any day of the fucking week. If a streamer has a 2040 by 2040 16-bit camera that glitches, I bet you could trust him. Abso-fucking-lutely you can. It shows the quality of things. I don't know. I disagree mostly with that take. I think a lot of people get to watch the gameplay while the streamer's doing things, so they're not just getting the streamer's take. They can kind of decide for themselves. Like, I've seen people come in here and see me playing Final Fantasy, and they've been like, I could never play this game because of the dialogue, because of how much reading and text there is. And then other people are like, yeah, this is the fault. I fucking love this game. It's great and wonderful. Because they're deciding for themselves, but they at least get to see the gameplay occur. I think that streamers do hold a higher review status in the ecosystem of gaming than you would ever find from a games journalist, because you don't know what the fuck they're doing. You don't know if they actually finished the game. You don't know how much of the game they played. They just write a review. It's one good thing Twitch is good for. You can see the gameplay even more than the developers show. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think he's memeing, right, for the most part. But I would definitely trust any given random gaming streamer for a review over any journalist ever.
Draws us to him because we, the player, see him for who he is. A killer, a thief, but also a loyal artist with a guilty conscience. Bryan Cranston has spoken about manipulating the audience's emotion in film, and it applies to video games as well, where if we see a character on screen holding back tears, the audience is more inclined to cry, but if we see a character on screen crying, we won't be as emotionally affected by it. And it's the same with Arthur. Arthur isn't a good guy, but he's certainly not an idiot, and it's the fact that he doesn't see that makes him beautiful. Moving on to another aspect of Red Dead Redemption 2, the world is huge and cared about by the developers, feeling at times more like a simulation opposed to an environment meant for the player to interact with.
Agent Matthews.
Oh, no, not me, sir. That's the greenhorn over there. Oh, and there he goes.
So long, Long Shark. Yeah.
Damn it. Hey.
And supporting everything else is the soundtrack, from acoustic ambience to heartbreaking melodies, summarizing and elevating our feelings throughout the game. Now, I'm not going to say any names, but a lot of huge Twitch streamers have publicly expressed their distaste for Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a certain Red Dead Redemption 2 review.
I've seen nothing but praise for Red Dead Redemption 2. I wonder who he's talking about. I've seen most people love the fuck out of this game. Okay. I trust Angry Joe on his reviews because the industry hates him, sadly. He only reviews shit I don't care about. I used to trust Angry Joe. I used to trust Angry Joe until this started happening. I used to trust this man. And now he's gone full hyper woke on shit. He's gone left versus right. He's too obsessed with political takes and shit like that. I used to love it when this guy just reviewed video games and he focused on the video game, what the video game was about. But instead, it's just left versus right shit here. It's just politics on this man. I couldn't give a fuck if he's on the right or the left. I want to know whether the fucking video game's good or not. Total Biscuit was the only reviewer I'd wholeheartedly take his opinion blindly. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I like Total Biscuit as well. I couldn't give a fuck about these people's political takes. I couldn't give a shit whether they're left or right. I want to know whether the fucking game's worth playing or not. Keep your fucking politics to yourself. That first... We Feast Hot Ones with Bryan Cranston was great. Dude is brilliant. Yeah, no, he is. Bryan Cranston's exceptional. Breaking Bad was fucking insane. He was so good in that role. Never heard anything bad about it. Shit, might as well get into it. It's since I have backlogged in, but you might as well, dude. Holy shit, Red Dead Redemption is incredible. You know, I train kids on the weekend for martial arts, and even they are playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and having the time of their lives playing it.
On YouTube, and I'm not going to say names, but
I don't pay attention to X, so maybe that's why. He started putting a little bit of that shit into his video games, and I just looked at that and I was like, okay, for that reason, I'm out. I don't give a fuck. I couldn't give a fuck about the political angle of this.
Name streamer's criticism was that Red Dead 2 was immersive to a fault. The primary example he gives is that when Arthur goes to loot a can of beans, it takes a super long time to do so. If we go into the game and loot some beans, it takes about a second. Sure, other games have it so looting is instant, but I think that works for whatever the game is trying to accomplish. He said it himself in his review. Red Dead insists on its immersion, but that's because it's what the target audience wants, and the audience that Red Dead caters to is the people that want to bask in the little things, which streamers a lot of the time can't do. When you're live, there's constant pressure to keep the entertainment fresh for your viewers. That's why Twitch is dominated by competitive games, because those are fast-paced and easy to latch onto. But games like The Witcher 3, Red Dead, and I don't know, Astroneer aren't watched as much on the website because they're slower paced and designed to be enjoyed and not just completed. This shit. That's why when you do see somebody live streaming Red Dead Redemption 2, they're probably doing as little side stuff as possible, and at all times they'll have their horse going full speed. Some drinks are just meant to be sipped. A liter of Mountain Dew is a whole lot different than a cup of Earl Grey, and it's the same thing with video games. If you're somebody that strictly focuses on getting to that next objective, Red Dead Redemption 2 is not going to be a good experience for you. You're going to get annoyed by the longevity of the cutscenes. You're going to spite the game for making you question your morals, clean your weapons, skin everything you hunt, and pick each individual flower.
Yeah, because it kind of acts like Skyrim in the fact that it's not really a game that's made for streaming, it's made for immersion. You're meant to lose yourself. You're meant to, like, sit down and play this game and then, like, waste an hour or two of your life just doing random shit. You're not supposed to, like, do all this other stuff where you're, like, hyper-focusing down on certain objectives and stuff. Was that Snoopy? Yes, he ran a stream and he fucked it up. And then he left the stream and he left it running for, like, 12 hours. I've heard the story on Red Dead is the start. Yes, it is. It is, but this is like a kind of game. I don't imagine this makes for good content when streaming. Unless you've got someone like that one guy who keeps on putting mods in different games and allows his stream chat to adapt how the game works and stuff like that. For the most part, this is one of those games where you chill the fuck out, you immerse yourself. It's like reading a book. You're not going to read a book with someone over your shoulder looking at your face, waiting for your facial expressions and shit, because there's nothing that they're getting of value out of that, but they would get value out of going and reading the book by themselves. But Skyrim is a titty game where you're getting this immersion. Immerse yourself in the titties. That's where I'm getting it from.
To the person who rushes, this is bad game design. But in actuality, it's just that the person doesn't understand the art of slowing down the pace so that the player can embrace each moment. One of the reviewer's big complaints was that in every mission there's a horse ride to the objective, and the characters have a conversation every single time instead of immediately getting to the meat of the mission. This is character development. In the mission, Further Questions of Female Suffrage, Sadie accompanies Arthur to Rhodes. On the way into town, we get a glimpse into Sadie's rebellious nature. She reads Pearson's letter out loud, and upon arrival, almost robs the general store before Arthur stops her and bluntly tells her the gang's code.
So, what's the plan? I shoot the shopkeeper while you...
No, shit. Shit, my chat broke. My chat broke. Give me a sec. Let me just fix that. Fucking... God damn it. Why you gotta do this to me now? Let me just fix this. What in the hell? What the fuck? Why did it break? God damn it. The fuck is going on here? Hold on, let me just close this out. Let's try opening that again. Red Dead Redemption 2 seemed really tedious to me. I just watched the playthrough rather than playing it myself. But then it's not your style of game, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's just not the kind of game that's made for someone like you, right? And there's nothing wrong with it just not being for you. I don't see an issue with that at all. God damn it. Just fix this shit quick. Just gonna do that. Just gonna do that. Just do this right here. Like, if you didn't enjoy Red Dead Redemption, it just means that that's not your style of game. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You found it, like, tedious and dull and boring, and there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, great. Yeah, that's fucking broken. Alright, well, I'm just gonna have to do this now. Until that fixes itself. There we go, now it's teeny tiny little writing. Just gonna have to deal with that instead. Say nice things about them. No one would dare. No one would dare.
Oh, you insane?
Well, I thought we was outlaws.
Outlaws, not idiots. We rob fools to rob other people. These people, they're just trying to get by.
The gamer who wants to get to the next objective will see this and think it's just stupid blabbering distracting us from the combat. But the person who truly enjoys Red Dead will appreciate the significance of this small conversation. We now understand Sadie at a deeper level and where she stands morally, and we also get a glimpse into the gang's motives because Arthur indirectly explained it to us. I cannot tell you a conversation in Red Dead Redemption 2 that doesn't have some kind of subtlety that develops the characters. The reviewer also said straight up that Red Dead Redemption 2 is the same game as Red Dead Redemption 1, which is such a dismissive, blunt take on the game. Sure, it's a third-person action-adventure game, but that doesn't mean Halo 1 is the exact same as Halo 2 because they're both first-person shooters, or Skyrim is the same as Oblivion because it uses the same Bethesda formula. Red Dead...
I think it depends on whether they advanced the formula or not. Was there improvement? Was there development? Was there adaptation? Did they get rid of the annoying parts? Did they update it? Did it become something that's more than what it was? If Red Dead Redemption 2 was just the same as Red Dead Redemption, then it would end up being in the same category as playing Fallout New Vegas versus playing Fallout. Both brilliant games because they're designed brilliantly, but they follow the same systems and mechanics. Skyrim is a regression of the formula, but it's still a different game. Yes, it is. I think so. I think the improvement between something like Oblivion and Skyrim was accessibility, right? Skyrim was far more accessible of a game than Oblivion was to the largest majority of people. And then there was Oblivion Remastered that came out and it blew people's fucking minds because you could add that complexity back in because people played Skyrim and then they got more out of Oblivion because they understood those systems better. I think having Oblivion released before Skyrim meant that you had a bunch of complex systems that most people would have checked out on. Even Kingdom Come 2 last night, I put half an hour into it and lost. And lost it. What do you mean? I have a hard time putting hours into these huge games anymore. I'm too old. I think, yeah, if your life is really, really fucking busy, it becomes very difficult to keep track of very, very long games because you've got so much other shit going on. So what category you'd probably start falling into is games where you can hop in, have some fun, and leave. So a good example of that is this one right here, Nine Kings, right? You can have a few matches, and then you're supposed to stop, and you just keep on hitting the button, quick restart, and then you lose an entire 5 hours of your goddamn life to it. But it feels short. Right? It feels like there's development there, and you're not stuck trying to keep track of a story. I think time is a very valuable thing, and some people who don't get immersed in these stories, it just frustrates them because it's too long, it's too winding, and then other people who do have the time to enjoy them are going to have a much better time with it. Some rando on the side of the road offered me alcohol, got drugged, and dude took my boots and gold. So I robbed the next beggar I came across and he kicked my ass. So it's just like real life.
Red Dead 2 is a lot more depth in its random encounters, making it so that they don't focus exclusively on combat 90% of the time to stay interesting. The meaning of the narrative is completely different than Red Dead 1, and the shooting is dramatically different, making it so Arthur can only carry so many firearms at once, forcing him to swap guns if he wants to change weapons. And a lot of other improvements, of course. So if we evaluate all the critiques that this person had of Red Dead Redemption 2, we can conclude that they not only don't understand the appeal, but also rush through the game as fast as possible to push a review out. Now
Yeah, because they're writing articles. It's like someone said earlier. Games journalists are playing games to write articles. They're not playing games to play games. You got me into Nine Kings and I lost about 6 hours that day. It's so good. It's so good. And let me show you something. I've nearly done it. I've nearly managed to get every single achievement in Nine Kings. I'm 3 away. And I know how to get them. I know how to get these 3. I know how to be at peace with all kingdoms. King of Time. That's how you get that one. This one, King of Greed. And this one, King of Spells. I know how to get them. I'm so close. I'm so close to getting all the achievements in it. Just because it's so easy to lose your fucking self in a game like that. That was the most enjoyable 30-ish minutes I've had. Lost in a game for a long time, though. It's so good. Oh, you're talking about Red Dead Redemption? Well, that's because that kind of flavor of game works for you. There's nothing wrong with that.
You guys may be thinking, Justin, how do you know that this person rushed through the game? You're not them. Because their review was uploaded 5 days after launch.
Yeah. It's the same problem when it comes to MMOs a lot of the time. People are like, you can't truly review this game unless you've spent at least 100 hours in the game. Because if you rush through it and miss every single fucking system, then the problem is you may have missed some important component because you're sprinting through it to get a review out quicker than everyone else as opposed to actually playing the game. I know someone who treats everything like a rating rather than an experience to enjoy. Yeah, no, that's gonna kill joy very fast.
And that's why I think Moist Critical's take on Red Dead Redemption 2 is flawed. The thing about streamers and video games is that there's only a limited amount of games they can play, because if they stick with a game like Red Dead Redemption 2 and actually sit back to enjoy it, the people watching will leave and do something more stimulating.
True.
That's why whenever you see streamers give criticism on a game, it's
also why FPS games are probably the biggest set of games currently over on Twitch or any live streaming platform right now. Because it's fast-paced, it's rapid-fire, you don't need to remember a story. If you show up halfway through and you don't know what the fuck is going on, you're probably gonna leave, and you don't need that with FPS games because it's just, you hop into a lobby, you have a game, something happens, then it's the next game, and you can jump in at any given point in time and understand what the fuck is going on.
Always how to make it more streamable and not, you know, slow-paced and boring. Flashback to when Dr. Disrespect said the only way Halo could succeed is if it added Battle Royale.
We need Spartan 117, Master Chief.
No, you need a battle royale. That's what
God.
you need. In order for this game to go longer than 3 weeks after launch, from a spectating standpoint, it needs a BR.
Yeah, too bad he's attracted to minors. Twitch streams are for CSGO, Valorant, Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, and Fortnite. Competitive, fast-paced multiplayer games that allow the streamer to create the tension and the climax based on how they play each round. Story games are different because everything from the environment to the dialogue to the body language on the characters tells a story that's best if given the proper attention. My super hot gamer girlfriend and I were watching TikTok the other day, and a significant emotional moment from The Last of Us came up on her feed. At the most gut-wrenching, impactful moment of dialogue, the person streaming interrupted with, "Thank you, Mega Gamer, for the sub," and after the streamer said that, I couldn't help but notice the Wii shop menu music playing in the background as well, which would be fine for a game that doesn't have a
disgusting
narrative that you're supposed to pay attention to enjoy. But for a slow story game like Red Dead Redemption 2 or something, I feel like all the added on stimulation, like the thanks for the sub and the donation notification and the chat on screen and the background music, kind of takes away from the experience, since a lot of the viewers would be seeing that game for the very first and last time probably.
True. That's very true. They've made it a race to the finish rather than get balls deep into what the game has to offer. Yeah, I think the idea of certain games are just not stream games makes 100% sense, because if someone is going for engagement and views and all of that shit, what they're not looking for is they're not looking for something that's got a continual narrative where you have to understand what the fuck is going on. And there are certain games that are not stream games that are exceptional because they don't work like that. They work in a serialized manner where you want to know the beginning, the middle, and the end. Highly reactive entertainment for streamers. Yeah. Did Disrespect get banned from Roblox? No, I think he's a mod now. If I remember correctly, after the whole legal definition of sexting with a minor, I believe they reached out to him and said, "We'll sponsor you and make you a part of the company." If I remember correctly. Same for face cams. They work for certain content, but are not necessary for every game. I think there are there's certain games where if you want to see like a type or style of playthrough, you don't really need the face cam, and it kind of detracts from a game. There are just certain games that are just non-streamer games. MMOs being one of them.
Special shout out to all the awesome YouTube Let's Players that stay silent during cutscenes and provide commentary during gameplay. The Rad Brad, everybody. Now you guys may be thinking, Justin, you are an opinionated dickhead. Why can't you just let people enjoy things the way that they want to? And my response to that is, I am right, you are wrong. I am a video game connoisseur that knows what I'm talking about, and if you disagree with my opinion, get out! Get the f*** out! But all jokes aside, let's say you're watching a story game for the very first time. Which of the two following examples grips you more?
Everyone I have cared for has either died or left me. Everyone except for you.
Why did he bleep her? He didn't need to do that. React Friday, no, I'm just looking into the idea of critics have all lost their mind and there's no reason to ever trust a professional critic ever.
be safer with someone else because the truth is I would just be more scared.
So yes. So what's up, Frenchie?
You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad.
Damn, this is kind of emotional, though. Oh, you heard that?
Look, it's even worse because now there's two retards on screen.
Chat. That was the $100 donation to get the sounding rod in. All right, let's just get this over with. Ooh! God damn!
Yeah.
Ooh. Holy shit. All right, $200, I'll put that in my butt. Something that I really like about the Game Ranks Before You Buy series is that in each video, they go over the main game mechanics from a non-biased perspective. They tell it as it is, but they don't talk about certain features as if they're objectively the worst thing ever, which lets the person watching decide for themselves if they want the game or not. If there's a YouTuber you really like and they say, well, some people might like the slow-paced nature, but some won't, a lot more people will be willing to give the thing in question a try, opposed to if the YouTuber had said, well, its slow-paced nature is boring. No question.
Or you can just say this game has a slow-paced nature and trust that the people who are going to watch it are going to then be able to decide for themselves without needing someone else to decide for them. Megabonk with a taser to the nuts was the most fun I've had watching the stream. Yeah, no, that my ass still hurts with that. My ass still hurts. Yeah, Megabonk is probably a good streamer game, right? Because it's easy to hop in and out of. You can understand the context of what's going on very easily. But yeah, every MMO is a terrible game to stream, and I'm still going to do it because I love MMOs.
I have a confession. I don't like Baldur's Gate 3.
I really should have seen that one coming.
Baldur's Gate 3 was Game of the Year 2023, and it is one of the...
And it's not a good stream game. It's a terrible fucking stream game.
Best games ever made. It was made by a passionate team of DnD loving developers over the course of 6 years. The player freedom that the RPG offers is one of a kind, and no matter how many different choices you make along the journey, the game stays fresh, and you can tell that it was made by gamers for gamers. It won numerous 10 out of 10 ratings with an overwhelmingly positive reception on Steam.
Nice. And it's not a stream game.
And I didn't like it. I couldn't really tell you why, but I would recommend it to anybody looking to try it out. It's a great game. I don't have to like it to see that. And I wish that streamers, reviewers, and people in general could normalize the idea that just because something isn't for you doesn't mean that it's bad. And
But that is normal. Can I borrow money? No. I ate it already. Filter. That is normal. As far as I'm aware, that is the fucking norm. I don't know where... I feel like he's kind of... God, I hate using this term because it's so overused by Reddit in the wrong ways possible. But I feel like he's strawmanning this ideal, this argument that people can't think for themselves and just automatically believe whatever some streamer has to say.
Consequence of one big name on the internet saying something is bad is actually pretty strong because social media is the ultimate echo chamber. In 2020, if you openly stated that you enjoyed the Cyberpunk story despite the bugs, you'd get bombarded with, "No! Cyberpunk's bad! Cyberpunk's story is ass! The narrative that Cyberpunk provided was subpar compared to that of The Witcher 3. The goal that CD Projekt Red..." No matter what you said, the chances are not that many people would agree with you because the internet rule at the time was Cyberpunk was bad. Then
I loved Cyberpunk. Despite all its bugs, I loved it.
All of a sudden, the anime came out, and Cyberpunk's public reception completely 180'd. I always loved Cyberpunk 2077. The story was incredible, and I really sympathize with V.
Rebecca's my favorite character. Would anybody like to roleplay on the Discord?
I'd say the equivalent
Most accurate YouTube comment ever.
of the Cyberpunk 20...
Bro, did Pan Am Relationship Quest. That was the best one. That was the fucking best one. And it did the best turnaround ever because it's like Johnny's warning you, like, it never goes well when other people are involved. She's gonna die, bad shit's gonna happen, abandon her, and if you don't abandon her, she lives. That was so good.
77 situation applies perfectly to The Last of Us Part 2 as well. The Last of Us Part 2 was an extremely experimental sequel to the critically acclaimed first game because it challenged us. It did a character that we grew to love so dirty by killing him off, but did it in a way that mirrored his actions in the first game. It showed us the cruel world of The Last of Us in an unromanticized light. Joel dying is sad, it's painful.
Yeah, but that's not the problem people had with The Last of Us 2. It's the fact that She-Hulk showed up with a fucking golf club, and Abby gets to the end after murdering a bunch of people and then goes, revenge is bad, okay? That was the fucking problem with it. It wasn't the idea of Joel dying. It wasn't all of that other shit. It's the fact that she's fucking murdering people the whole way there, and then the one person who does probably, in Abby's eye, deserve to be fucking murdered, she goes, no, revenge is bad, as she stabs 2 NPCs and rips their head off another one. Like, what the fuck were they thinking with that? Cyberpunk is still mediocre. Most enemies act the same despite having lore-wise various tech, weapons, cybernetics, and tactics. You're right, but I didn't play Cyberpunk for the gameplay. I played it for the story. It was garbage. The only things that came out of The Last of Us 2 were the memes and the Senator Abby Strong video. Yes. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about what he's talking about here. It's about all the other stupid, retarded, ridiculous shit where they took beloved characters and they forced their fucking narrative down everyone's fucking throat and decided this is what you're supposed to think and believe instead of giving players the choice of what happens next.
And that's exactly what the writers intended. Ellie's journey of trying to take revenge on Abby for killing Joel ruins her, and hate takes such a strong grip on her life that she loses everybody she loves just to accomplish what she felt was right for Joel.
Yeah, and then she doesn't murder Abby, but she kills every fucking person along the way to get there.
Her frustration with him before his passing was justified, but because he was killed off so suddenly, it made her realize she spent the last few years of his life with him not showing him any of the love that he showed her. The way Ellie sits in The Last of Us 2 is stiff, stressful, intense, but at the very end, after she lets Abby go, she stares at the ocean, relaxed and at peace. There is so much symbolism in this.
Revenge bad, okay? No, he's romanticizing this shit. He's romanticizing this. He's forgetting this. People have memory hold this shit. Fucking RozeMMO showed up with a golf club and fucked up Joel. And then, after Abby witnesses that, she goes on a murder spree, killing everyone. And then she gets to the one person that, from her perspective, deserves to die. And then all of a sudden, it's just, oh, but being a murderer is bad. If I kill one murderer, then there's still the same amount of murderers in the world. Because then I'm the murderer. No. Don't give me that shit. He's fucking romanticizing the fuck out of this. No. If that was the case, why did she kill everyone else along the way? Nano hormones. That's such a fucking great line. I like the idea that you aren't going to have a happy ending, so you choose how you end it all in the best possible way to your perspective. We should have been given the choice to murder the fuck out of Abby. Don't forget Joel saved her life just before that. Yes.
This game, and the story executes itself almost perfectly, but it's impossible to talk about this game on the internet.
No, it's not almost perfectly. It was fucking retarded. He's romanticizing this. He's looking at this with rose-tinted glasses. You murder people non-stop going through that. Oh, you meant Cyberpunk. Yeah, no, I did love that. I did like the idea that you're searching for a solution to this problem. The closest you get to a happy ending is you end up with Pan Am, with Johnny being taken by the AI and V having the chance to look elsewhere for a solution. That's the closest you get to it. But yeah, he's probably gonna fucking die. Remember that people are happy after taking revenge. Yes. And you know what? Abby, regardless of whether fucking, Senator fucking Abby Strong lives or not, your main character is going to have a bad ending, right? Nothing is good. It's a grim, dark ending, no matter what happens. So the whole idea of revenge bad is so fucking retarded here. It was so stupid. I'm sorry, but he's romanticizing the shit out of this. He's completely forgetting how they fucked up the narrative, they fucked up the characters, and somehow Abby fell into like a bundle of steroids somewhere along the way. No one in an apocalypse is going to be that fucking jacked. No one. It feels like The Last of Us 2 tried to pull a Dishonored but flopped it. Yes, they did. They flopped it hard because it makes no fucking sense. That's the problem. Everyone hated Last of Us 2 because everyone was home from COVID and depressed in the quarantine way of life. I don't even think it was that. I think it's that because of the quarantine, they got to sit there and play The Last of Us 2. They played it and then they saw how shitty the story was because they fucked up the entire narrative. And there were more people complaining about it because more people went through The Last of Us and then played The Last of Us 2 and were like, what the fuck are they doing here? Fucking Neil Druckmann and his bullshit. Putting himself in a fucking sex scene. Dumbass.
And I don't think it ever will be possible to talk about this game on the internet. I've seen enormous walls of text talking about just how deep the writing is, just to be downvoted to shit and shut down with, well, it's woke, and why does Abby have muscle? Hey guys.
Yeah, people are screaming woke because they're trying to get the idea out that the writing is dog shit, but they don't have the ability to express it. And neither do they have the energy or the effort to write out an entire fucking novel for you to try and understand that. So they're just gonna say, fuck you, woke. That's what they're gonna say. Are you trans? No. Fuck no.
Guys, alter ego editing Justin here. I thought it would be important to delve into some Last of Us 2 discussions right now, just to immerse you in what it's like to talk about this game on the internet, and to get a general idea of the kind of people that really hate this game. Is there any symbolism with the Rat King? I think the Rat King symbolizes Joel. Why? Abby sees Joel as the monster from the hospital. The hospital segment with Abby is a nightmare version of the hospital in part 1. Abby never properly fought Joel, so the fight symbolizes Abby facing her fears. So
okay, great, that's fine. None of that fucking matters.
I think that the Rat King is Joel from Abby's nightmares. This was my TED Talk. Alright, let's just scroll down here for a second. Why does there have to be symbolism in things? One of my least favorite aspects of the YouTube era.
Welcome to Reddit. What the fuck did you expect?
Is people focusing less on dialogue and literally what's happening in a plot to try and find symbolism. It's literally a bunch of infected piled in a cordyceps-filled hospital dying and melting into each other. And ain't that the truth? Me and Moon River have been saying this shit for years. Narratives have no business having deeper meanings. I don't know when this started, but I have a hunch that
okay, if there's a deeper meaning, then why did they go through murdering everyone and then all of a sudden it's revenge bad, okay? Murder thousands of people, get to the person you were trying to kill and then not kill them. It's like he's dodging what the actual criticism of this was.
It has something to do with Biden, Justin Trudeau, and the gay person next door. There's a special hell just for Neil Druckmann and the person who played Abby lesbian. Man, who sits down and writes this? This was the first fucking comment I had to read. Anyway, let's go over some of The Last of Us 2's most...
He's dodging. He's dodging. He's dodging hard. He vastly overestimates the depth that Druckmann can write in. I think it's very easy for people to try and extract more theory and depth from something. You used to see this a lot when you were a kid in English class, right? Where it's like, the writer was like, the curtains were blue, right? And then your English teacher's like, now, if we take an analysis into why the curtains were blue, we can tell that they made them blue because it was a sad scene, blah, 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 blah. And then you go and talk to the author and it's like, nah, it just felt like blue fit, so I put the blue color there. Did YouTube censor my joke? That I'm trans fat? Yes, it did. Unfortunately, it did. There's a forced pro-Israel segment in The Last of Us 2. Color me unsurprised. You needed an unsolicited opinion on Israel. That needed to happen. That's how he got the big investments.
Most common critiques. Why did Joel tell a group of strangers his name? Because Joel from The Last of Us Part 1 didn't trust anybody. He lost his daughter and had no...
He's dodging. Every single one of these criticisms, he's dodging what the actual fucking problem with this was.
Shits to give except keeping himself alive. His relationship with Tess shows how emotionally distant he was. But as he goes through the chapters with Ellie, he grows to trust people and love like he was able to before the apocalypse began. People forget that in the first game, Joel was going to shoot Henry, but decided against it when Ellie told him not to. By Joel's standards, this was a poor judgment call because they left him for dead once, and they could have done it again. But The Last of Us doesn't follow a guy who doesn't change. It follows a broken man who restores himself piece by piece, until eventually, fast forward to part 2, he learns to trust people again, which unfortunately gets him killed. This is not bad writing. It's basic character development.
All of that's fine. You're still dodging the main criticisms.
Why does Abby have big arms? She looks stupid. Video games are not real life, and even the most realistic games stretch fiction to a
Again, a dodge. Abby looks stupid because the entire idea of The Last of Us 2 is to ground it in a gritty, realistic story that makes you feel something. And she is jarring to the player and to anyone who is watching because she does not fit in the world. You cannot hide behind the criticism of, oh, but video games aren't supposed to be realistic. Yeah, fair, but if it doesn't match the world you've built, if fucking SpongeBob showed up halfway through Baldur's Gate 3, everyone would be like, what the fuck is going on here? If Thomas the Tank Engine ran through fucking Oblivion all of a sudden, mods aside, everyone would be like, this doesn't fit. It's not about realism or not realism. It's the fact that it doesn't match the world. It is a jarring element that doesn't match what the fuck is going on. Back on Twitch. No, I'm not back on Twitch yet. I get to make my application tomorrow to get back on it. Reminds me of that one French David Lynch interview where the female interviewer tried to make the opening of Blue Velvet's colors some political analogy, but Lynch quickly shut that theory down. Yes. Yes, people extract meaning from things that don't have meaning. There's actually a really cool test that a bunch of scientists did on, I think it was pigeons. Right, where what they did was they put pigeons in like a cage with like 2 buttons and sorry, that was the rat one. There was a experiment with 2 pigeons in a cage, and what they did was at random points in time, based on a random number generation system, there would be food that was dropped into the cage, and what they noticed was that the pigeons started doing certain fucking rituals and shit, like spinning in a circle a certain amount of times, because the pigeons thought that if they had this reinforced behavior, that's the thing that caused the food to appear. And so they would start repeating very strange and odd behavior. This is the same with human beings, where they start extracting meaning where there is none out of certain things. This is like a well-known phenomenon. Like superstition starts occurring and people start believing shit that's not there because they've decided to extract something that doesn't exist and wasn't the intention. Happens all the fucking time. If she's going to look like She-Hulk, let her be She-Hulk, let her be the monster she's showing. Absolutely. Should have made her mongo massive, and maybe she should have been infected and something happened that caused her to be like that. But she was a jarring element because she does not fit the world she's placed within. He's making an error in applying that voice to the perceived argument. Anyone he's trying to convince just tuned him out because he dodged and insulted in one go. Yes, what he's trying to do, right, is he's trying to nonsense these arguments by making people sound like retards. I do this too because I think certain people are retards because they're not paying attention to what someone's saying and they're extracting their own thing out of it. They do this all the fucking time, right? Everyone is guilty of this. But the problem is his argument falls flat because he's dodging what the actual criticism is. And he's making up excuses as to why people are wrong.
Accomplish a greater goal. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2 is a traumatized gunslinging badass who can take on unrealistically large groups of O'Driscolls no problem because she's fucking Sadie Adler. No.
And she matches the fucking world she's in. She matches the world she is in. She's not SpongeBob SquarePants just dropped into fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 the same way Abby is.
Nobody cares about how unrealistic this is because it progresses the story forward, and she's a really
and she matches the world, dumbass.
Cool part of the main cast. Mario is a short, chubby man with a mustache. James Sunderland is an average height, skinny guy. Roadhog is a comically overweight champion from Overwatch. Something about all these characters is that they have different body types. Having dramatic differences in body proportion is what makes fiction so interesting because it's
all of this point is invalid because he's dodging what it's actually about.
Separate from reality. Abby is a trained soldier with a gym in her house. Sure, she wouldn't be as jacked as she is in the game if she was a real person, but she's not. She's a trained soldier in the Last of Us universe, and she's jacked. So what? If video games could only...
So what? She doesn't match. She doesn't match. This is a dodge. This is this guy like ducking what the actual fucking problem is.
Stylize the appearance of dudes, then that would be a huge limitation to creative writing. I'm using these examples of critiques that millions of people are throwing at the game to drive home the point that even though millions of people might say something, doesn't mean it's true at all. There's a certain video game out there that holds a very special place in my heart, and I've even made a whole video on why I believe it's overhated and underrated. And if I had listened to what everybody said about it, I never would have played this game that I absolutely adore. Everybody, I love Starfield. The Bethesda formula goes like
wow. That's a low bar to clear. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I get it now. I get why he's dodging. I get why he's... Okay, this guy went from doing pretty okay to straight up fucking midwit. Yeah. Okay, Reddit opinions. That's what we're looking at here. He's generally a little too invested in defending the good name of those game journo favorites. What are the chances he's an industry plant? I don't know. I don't know, because I've never seen this guy before. This is the first video I've ever watched on him. But man, he's ducking out of the way. And yes, I agree. He's dodging harder than Neo in the Matrix here. He's got terrible taste, yes. I do not like Baldur's Gate 3. I love Starfield. Yeah, we're getting Reddit tier opinions today, it seems.
Like this. You talk to a guy, loading screen. You go into a sketching area to grab something for them, loading screen. You return, loading screen, and you level up. And I wouldn't want it any other way. As somebody that loves Skyrim, Oblivion, and Fallout 4, Starfield feels like a game that was made for me. The bad reviews will tell you that the characters feel juvenile, but the followers that have quests that reveal more of their backstory and evolve the longer you spend time with them makes me believe otherwise. It's nowhere near as deep as Baldur's Gate 3, Red Dead Redemption 2, The Last of Us, or God of War, but for what it is, an open world adventure game where you make your own path, I think it works really well.
I don't. I've seen infinitely better games where you can make your own path, and it's not this one.
Understand the repetitive go here and do that formula getting
He's a
tired to some
Bethesda
people,
fanboy,
but in my
probably.
experience, I found that the quests were much more open-ended than Skyrim's, and especially if you're playing as a character that you really resonate with and you're playing.
Open-ended? You go somewhere, you pick something up, you kill someone, you leave. Open-ended? You fly out into space and the planets aren't actually there. You see the same repetitive building 500 times every single time you go somewhere. He's a paid shill. I believe it now.
Playthrough, it makes the game all the more enjoyable. I've replayed Starfield probably 4 times, and I've also found a community that
Ooh.
Love Starfield as much as I do. And while I understand how other people feel about the game, I have a better understanding on whether you want to
check for an ad in the description. You know what? Good idea. Hold on. I gotta see. I see no ad here. He does it for free, just like the janitors on Reddit.
Purchase the game forever or not. Long live Steam, everybody. But I'm interested. Are there any games out there that you feel have a bad reputation that you personally enjoy? Or are there any games out there that are blazed to death that you feel are completely overrated? As always, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to watch this video.
Jesus,
and make sure to have a good one.
Terrible fucking takes. And he completely dodged. He severely dodged the actual criticisms of The Last of Us 2. He skimmed past Baldur's Gate 3, didn't have an idea of how to criticize it, loves Starfield, had no criticisms for it apparently. Oh man! Comments, please. Yeah, let's see what the comments look like. 0 out of 10 video. There was too much talking about video games. He talked about video games? I thought he talked about walking simulators. What kind of biker drives around super carefully anyway? As someone who rides motorcycles, here's another really important thing, right? Is he shits on a game journalist for not understanding the reality of this. And then he immediately turns around and goes, but games aren't supposed to be realistic anyway. He nonsenses his own fucking arguments. What the hell is... Oh, man. How did he pull that? Man, he blindsided people. He made the exact same opposite argument in the same video. Isn't that something someone in the chat said almost word for word? Yes. He was cooking a nice fine dish, then poured a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. No, he drank laxatives and shit in it instead. Will this be a video? I kind of missed most of the segment. Yes, this will probably be a video. Don't worry about it. Holy fucking shit. Oh man, he was doing okay. And then he doubles back on his own arguments. He does the exact opposite thing from the statements he made earlier. Oh, midwittery at its finest. I was hoping for criticisms here. I was hoping to figure out what the problem is with game critics. And then he just defaults into, no, now I'm going to say the same things the game critics say. If games don't need to make sense anyway, then Abby didn't have to look like a She-Hulk with a busted face. The problem is Abby is jarring within the entire game, right? It's not the fact that she's jacked. It's the fact that she doesn't match the world she's within, right? These surface level comments and arguments are fucking retarded. It's so fucking stupid. Jesus, what midwittery are we witnessing? It's whole new levels of Reddit tier here. Jesus. I see where you went wrong. You're using logic and reasoning. No, he's fucking not. He has no idea what he's doing. Jesus. He took a wire hanger to the brain, both inside the womb and out. Yeah, fuck me. He just flipped back on the exact same thing. Now, there were two other videos that I did want to watch on this. One from Legendary Drops, but I think that we need to double back on the movie side of this, right? What's wrong with movie critics that matches with video game critics? Then we'll take a look at Legendary Drops, and then I want to see why is YouTube so filled with fucking slop. The result of what happens when you insert the Q-tip too deep. Yeah, no, he must have hit all 4 brain cells when he did that shit. Man, what a fucking miserably shallow take. That's actually got me mad at how bad that was. Jesus. Is that what you gotta do to blow up? You just gotta lie and double back on your own arguments and keep bullshitting? Fuck, what a lack of nuance that take was. God damn, I didn't expect that. And he was doing well. He was doing well in the beginning. He caught me. He caught me out. I was on his side, and then he just veered off a fucking cliff. He had some good points on the early half of the video, but fucking hell, the 180 hypocrisy at the end. No, it was so... That's what hurts me the most, right? If he was retarded from the beginning, I could be like, oh, okay, he's just retarded. But he was manipulative enough to make solid points and then just turn away and just say the dumbest shit imaginable. That was kind of impressive, actually. But let's move on. Let's move on. Let's take a look and let's see what's wrong. The conflict of interest that decides the scores. This one is more on the movie side of things, but I think it's probably still going to be relevant to video games as well. Let's see where he goes with this.
On October
Another person I don't know.
2012, R. Florence published an article on Eurogamer. The title was...
It's auto-dubbed. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I've got an alarm going off. Having a bit of an Africa moment. I'm going to be right back. I'll see you in a second. Is that fucking... There we go. Okay. Not a major concern. It's just a homeless man being a crackhead outside my house. There's usually one or two of them about this time of night. Makes perfect sense. Right. We're going to skip that auto dub because Jesus, I hate auto dub like you cannot fucking believe. Doesn't work for me. So, sorry. This one gets a dodge. No thank you. Goodbye.
Please tell me that you guys...
So, instead, we'll then skip back to the video games industry because we're getting no valid criticisms from the movie side of things. I'm sick of the games industry pretending to be Hollywood. But they're the same thing now. They're the same thing. They are actually literally becoming the same thing. You either live long enough to see yourself become Hollywood, or you live long enough to become Hollywood, but you're about video games. It's all the same. Why does it always end up in the same fucking spot? I don't understand. Right, let's see what Legendary Drops has to say about this.
Please tell me that you guys understand where I'm coming from with this. I am sick and tired of the video games industry so desperately and so pathetically trying to be like Hollywood. Oh, do they want to be a part of that crowd? And everybody can see it at this
They really do, and it pisses me off.
point. I think that anybody with eyeballs can look at any AAA game in the industry and say, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. They can pretend like that's not what's happening. They can say that's not what's happening, but we can all see it. Constantly following the exact same themes, using the same casting habits, bringing in these prestigious voice casts that just so happen to be filled with Hollywood voice actors, modernizing old stories and characters so that they can fit a modern audience that everybody seemingly doesn't believe actually exists. Theater
and waste a bunch of fucking money. Wasting infinite amounts of money on some fucking actor who's going to charge them $1 million to show up and dance around in a PVC cube. I like this guy just because his unapologetic nose. Yeah, I like him as well. Also, I like his setup. I like his new setup. It looks better than the old one. All industries run by the same outlines, run by the same big, huge companies. All of it has no soul. They cannot create anything, only imitate badly. I think Tolkien had a line about that, where he said, evil cannot create or destroy, only corrupt. It seems like someone has a good, pure idea, and it just takes a few years before some evil piece of shit shows up, fucks it up for everyone, and then tries to foist it down people's throats.
Kid-level writing and self-insert, setting hundreds of millions of dollars on fire to be able to make these games look that much more cinematic and much more realistic. And all it's done is led to games feeling more cheap than they ever have while costing more than they ever have. And that's the conundrum. That's the problem that I'm having right now. That's the core issue here, because where did it all go wrong? How did it go so wrong? How did an industry that absolutely farmed us now lack the ability to be able to make a profitable or popular game anymore? Half of these guys are just a joke.
It's because we didn't gatekeep hard enough.
And then it dawned on me. They are desperate for the approval of an industry that doesn't even think they exist. They're not even on their radar. Meanwhile, they're making games, they're making products for an audience that doesn't even want it. And in trying to follow Hollywood's footsteps, they haven't taken the time to realize that the amount of time that it takes to make a game is what's making their results so much worse. So today, I want to talk about the games industry's obsession with Hollywood, how chasing a failing industry only also then leads to failure, and how...
You know, it doesn't make sense to me about the whole thing of the games industry chasing Hollywood. Is this right here. The games industry makes Hollywood look like a fucking joke by comparison. It's not even close. PC and console alone outstrip film entirely. Why the fuck are they chasing someone smaller than them? It doesn't make coherent sense. And yet they just keep on fucking doing it. The games industry can chart a new course. They decide what happens, and they've chosen to go somewhere that's shittier than them. I don't get it. We stopped bullying idiots mostly thanks to cell phones. Yeah, I think that was a big mistake. We need to go back. We need to go way back. I'm actually fine with Keanu Reeves for Cyberpunk, actually cool character. Yes, so am I. But that's because he did a really good job with it, right? And then Cyberpunk made a bunch of money off of it. Because it wasn't about Keanu Reeves, he played a character in Cyberpunk. And he played it well. The problem comes in when a video game decides that just like when Unreal Engine 5 became an advertising tool, that it's not about, oh, we have this brilliant game where you get to do all this cool shit. Guys, don't you understand? We have Zendaya in our video game. Cyberpunk didn't need the marketing. They used it, obviously, but they didn't need the marketing of using Keanu Reeves because they had something else to go on. The problem with most of these video games industries is they have nothing else. They do nothing interesting. And then their only marketing is, oh, by the way, we put this one popular actor that everyone likes in the game. But if the game's trash, the game's trash. It doesn't matter. You just wasted budget that you could have used making the game good on some big name Hollywood actor because you thought it was more valuable than the actual game itself. That's where the difference lies. I guess part of it is a lot of people still don't see video games as an art form like movies or books. They never will, and you should never bother with them. If they're not going to understand or care, then those people were never going to play your video game to begin with. They can talk down on it, they can say whatever they want, but they're not the ones playing video games. They're not the ones who are going into it expecting an experience. They're not looking at it as an art form. They just think it's shit, and they're going to think it's shit no matter what.
Oh, I'm
waiting for Cyberpunk Remastered. Oh, God, don't say that. Oh, God, don't fucking say that. We're probably getting Cyberpunk Remastered. And you know what? It's going to be worse than Cyberpunk with mods. It's just going to end up worse. I guess a part of it is a lot of people... they just really don't. Most gamers don't even know the names of the actors. Exactly. Fucking exactly.
mimicking Hollywood's formula. They haven't realized that time matters more than it ever has. And these guys are running out. I don't think I fully understood how deep the obsession with Hollywood had gotten until...
Like, look how fucking stupid this is.
I'd seen the reveal for God of War Lawfare. Now, I already had a lot of problems with what they had shown. You guys already know most of that. The painfully millennial, ironic writing, the spin-off into a female lead, the cast filled with Hollywood voice actors. All of it just felt like the exact same direction modern Hollywood has been taking their franchises for years. But the thing that got me was seeing Jack Quaid wearing this stupid PVC pipe box while doing motion capture for a fucking cube, while the chick who was playing the ribbons on a sword stood there holding a little box on a stick. And I just sat there thinking, why is this necessary? Why are these people even here? This is all just so damn wasteful. They're probably...
It is. It's opulence. It's opulence. At least when Quentin Tarantino put bitches in his movies, he sucked on their toes himself. At least he had an ulterior motive that made sense. These people are just doing it out of opulence and non-necessity whatsoever. In 2 or 3 years, I won't be able to play any games anymore due to hardware specs. Oh, you will. They just won't be AAA games. I don't even look at new AAA games anymore because I don't have RTX hardware and I won't be able to... Yeah, you don't need to. Don't worry. You're not missing out on anything. Dude, that's so much fucking money and so much extra steps in the pipeline. What do you think Jack Quaid's hourly rate was for dancing around in a fucking PVC cube? Being held up on his shoulders by duct tape. What? How much do you think they paid him hourly just to do that? Oh, man.
Spending tens of thousands of dollars an hour on those actors, the set, the staff, and all the equipment that's surrounding them. Then I ended up finding this interview with Games Radar where the director Ariel Lawrence explained that while the box helped them properly space out their scenes, it was not actually required. Apparently, it was just a lot of fun. And that is just so self-indulgent. None of this is necessary.
It's opulence and slop.
They have the money to spend, so why not spend it? It gives them more time with the actors, brings them closer to the Hollywood production process, and it validates their desire to feel like they're directing a movie rather than making a video game, which that's already a problem in and of itself. This industry is not spending all of this money because the game itself demands it or that the players need it. They're spending this money because playing Hollywood makes them feel important. And I think that need to feel important comes from an insecurity that this games industry has carried for a very long time. Back in 2012, Roger Ebert published an article titled "Video Games Can Never Be Art." It was written in response to a TED Talk from Kelly Santiago, who argued that video games had already crossed the line into artistic expression. Ebert disagreed. His position was that video games cannot be art because they fundamentally have the structure of a game, which makes art impossible.
If video games cannot be art, then any form of interactive media cannot be art either. Therefore, you have to discount the idea of any interactive storytelling. Any of those choose your own adventure books are not art. Any art installation at a public place where you have to push a button or something, not art either. That pause, no, she just looks like that all the time. It's such a retarded thing to say that video games can't be art. It's such a disconnect from reality, in my opinion. YouTube J, the concept mentioned that actors being characters kills merch because no one besides Keanu do people want to buy characters that are an IRL person. Yes, it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. Because when you're looking at any kind of like merch and stuff, and you see Keanu's face, anyone who's played Cyberpunk isn't thinking that's Keanu Reeves. They're thinking that is Johnny Silverhand played by Keanu Reeves. Because the character was more important than the person behind it. Ebert is wrong. He gatekept and he crocked. I agree. I can't imagine someone reading a script and looking at Jellycube in the part of the Ancient God game and thinking, oh my god, that's genius. That's because you haven't seen the inside of these writing offices.
Video games have goals, art does not. That was his entire point. Now, he was wrong, of course. And I mean, in my eyes, I think that video games are like the pinnacle of art, crystallizing the essence of nearly every single medium into one experience: painting, drawing, acting, music, writing, everything. Beyond that, his entire argument was judging games according to what movies could do, despite the fact that he had barely even played any games himself. The industry, and honestly anybody in their right mind, should have just rejected all of this.
Yeah, he had an invalid opinion because he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
It was a film critic talking about an industry that he's not involved in and a medium that he has no experience with. But instead, that article had set off years of arguments, responses, lectures, all kinds of different things coming from developers and critics that were desperate to prove that video games deserve to stand beside Hollywood. But the one thing...
They don't stand beside Hollywood. They stand above it.
In his article that ended up being right and ended up coming true was right at the end, where he said, do they require...
I got an idea for your minis. Do a gelatinous cube with sword. Oh, fuck me. You know what, I'll do that, and what I'll do is I'll put a little button on it that you can push, and it'll read out the lines of Jack Quaid. How does that sound?
Validation. In defending gaming against parents, spouses, children, partners, coworkers, or other critics, do they want to be able to look up from the screen and explain, I am studying a great form of art? Then let them say it if it makes them happy. This guy was an asshole, but he was absolutely right.
Dumbass.
They did require validation. And the craziest part is that these guys are chasing validation from an industry that people like me have almost completely stopped caring about. I don't know about you guys, but I flat out just do not watch much of anything coming out of Hollywood anymore. The only television I watch is anime that I want to keep up with, old favorites like Battlestar Galactica, Fringe, and Supernatural, and that's about it. For movies, man, the last time that I went to the theater was to go see the extended Lord of the Rings anniversary run. Before that, I think I saw Project Hail Mary on a whim, which was great, by the way, but, you know, before that, it'd probably been 8 years or more.
Yeah, Project Hail Mary was fucking exceptional. I'm really glad Donegal put me onto that movie. Project Hail Mary is actually worth a watch because it's brilliant. It's such a unicorn in today's Hollywood media. My schizo theory is that they burn budgets on Hollywood actors specifically to pad out resumes. I have worked in production with renowned names of the entertainment industry like Jack Quaid, Keanu Reeves. Maybe, but I think it's more than that. I think, okay, this is pure conspiracy theory. This is 1000% conspiracy theory. But what I think has happened in the video games industry is they started making shit games, and so they needed to come up with an excuse as to why the audience was wrong and not them. Because of that, they then decided that they needed to push political narratives on people. They needed to decide what you think for you. People didn't like that, so they started shitting on them. Again, they couldn't accept that it was their fault, and it must be the audience. So in order to recapture the audience, well, you know what everyone else likes? They like Hollywood actors. They like the familiar faces they see. So this is their new idea. This is their "this will bring the people back" idea, because they're pushing narratives on people with unsolicited opinions on Israel or whatever didn't work out so great. So now instead, let's try use Hollywood actors, because everyone recognize, oh, it's got fucking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in it, so they're gonna play the game now. That's what I think they did. I think this is just a new strategy of them avoiding fixing the actual problem. It's like they actually have a form of ADHD where it's like, you know, you've got to do something. And so you do everything else except solve the problem. And then the problem still fucks you up. I couldn't get into Everything Everywhere All at Once. I might have to give it another try. Yeah, I couldn't get into it either. I gave it a try, but it didn't really stick for me. I sure don't like the "you" people. I don't know who they are, but I still fart in my hand and offer it free.
Campy science fiction, dude bro comedies, low substance action movies, and high fantasy where it feels like I am the target audience. But over the last decade, Hollywood has deliberately moved away from guys like me in favor of re-releasing the same properties or virtue signaling for the sake of vanity. Everything has to rewrite old narratives, criticize how things are written or cast in the past, or inject modern social politics into it. That might appeal to some people, but for me, I'm just going to tell you guys, it just does absolutely nothing for me. And video games have been following that exact same trend. They've increasingly moved away from guys like me, taking a socially safer approach to most games that they put out. They've bent over backwards to try not to offend anybody. They've softened their language, limited their gameplay, put more female leads into historically male roles, and somehow have allowed the writing to get worse through all of it.
Yeah, but it's not their fault. It's the audience that are the problem. I'm not. Am I out of touch? No, it's the kids who are the problem. I remember watching Jason Schreier, fuck me, explaining why video games are so expensive, stating that most of it is paying people, average income being 15 to 20K and 800 employees. My question is, why 800? Well, because 10 people have to program the video game. 10 people have to work on the art. 10 people have to do the writing. Another 10 people have to do QA. And then the rest of them are there as a focus group to decide whether or not they agree with this on their own personal take or not. That's why. That's why when I see it, like all these massive firings happening from that one woman in Microsoft, I'm not mad about it. Trim the fat. Get rid of these fucking people. They're a waste of space, time, and money. I think it's because they want to give people jobs, but most of us don't give a damn. Shouldn't those celebs out of work didn't give us money and privilege when they were loaded and famous? Yeah, of course not. Of course not. They climbed to the top and they've pulled the ladder up, and now they're trying to prevent other creative people from getting into those positions because they know they cannot compete on a fair and level playing field. The idea is isolate everyone off. And then you have control of everything and you decide who gets let in or not.
Now, I think this is where some of our opinions might diverge a little bit. You guys are welcome to have your own opinions, but I think a lot of people have treated this like it was the natural result of changing social trends, politics, and investor influence. But I've come to realize that I don't think it's as shadowy or...
Ryan Gosling is my hall pass and my GF is aware. What the fuck, dude? I hope at least you're the one entering him.
Nefarious as a lot of people make it sound, because I think it's a lot more intentional. Because these changes are going far beyond just the characters and tone. It's the games themselves that have changed. It's the entire industry that's surrounding it. AAA games have become increasingly more Hollywood-coded across the board. More Hollywood actors being cast as video game characters. More video game adaptations in movies and television. The industry now has dozens of award shows that have almost nothing to do with the audience, and they're increasingly just feeling like exercises in self-congratulation. You have the Game Awards, DICE, BAFTA, the Golden Joysticks, and about a dozen more on top of that.
And they're all a waste of time and space, and they're all rigged, and they don't actually take into account what people like and dislike. It's all a stupid fucking checklist of what they believe the criteria are that actually holds no fundamental value to what a good video game is.
At the same time, these studios are pushing harder into fidelity and realism. Writing has become more self-serious and dramatic rather than immersive. Gameplay is taking a back seat, and the entire industry is becoming more expensive, more disconnected from its audience, and honestly, just a lot more self-indulgent. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that games should never be cinematic or that Hollywood actors automatically make them worse. Hell, some of the best voice actors in the industry have been Hollywood actors in some cases. Video games have borrowed from movies for decades. Metal Gear Solid, Mass Effect, Red Dead Redemption, and plenty of other games are deeply cinematic, but they...
And look where they went. Mass Effect, fine. I mean, Metal Gear Solid, fine. But Mass Effect? Andromeda? The closer they got to Hollywood, the shittier they got.
They still understood that they were just video games. The cinematics served the experience. The story served the experience. Increasingly, it feels like gameplay is what developers are reluctantly building between the scenes that they actually care about. I think you can see this most clearly with their obsession with hyperrealism. Studios spending hundreds of millions of dollars scanning actors, capturing every movement, animating every facial twitch, and recreating reality down to the pores on someone's face, only for those games to look almost exactly like every other AAA game that is chasing the exact same thing. Hyperrealism has become the most expensive way possible to look like everyone else because nearly every AAA studio is doing this now. The only real visual distinction between any of these games in this era anymore is where they're taking place in, or it's the personal politics of the studio behind them. Western developers are purposefully making women less attractive and more masculine, and Eastern developers are leaning further into beauty and aesthetics.
And that's why Asian games have a future. Some of the visuals in the first Descendant. Oh, Black Desert Online. They know what the fuck they're doing. They know what the fuck they're doing graphically. And the West fucking hates it. These fucking retards refuse to give people what they want, and so people go somewhere else where they're gonna get what they want. This shit is just reminding me of the time I worked on the Flash movie. You worked on the Flash movie? Wait, you mean the Flash movie like the Flash movie or the Flash movie? Because those are two different movies. Having actors was the worst thing. They have to justify huge budget on them with a half game budget. They annoy the player in-game world like Guild Wars 2 chatter. Events I could care less. Yes, no, it's a waste of resources. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of input. But I think it's marketing tactic. With Ezra Miller. Oh, okay, so what's the Flash movie? Okay.
And every step closer to reality requires more people, more specialized roles, more advanced technology, more equipment, and more time. It's why we have watched studios balloon in size to hundreds or even thousands of developers at this point. It's making the games more expensive, but it's not automatically making them more memorable or more immersive or more fun.
Again, this is the resolution issue, right? Same thing. Don't know why I can't speak today. Jesus Christ, I can't pronounce shit. Resolution issue, right? You got the graph. You got quality. Up here, there's an asymptotic line somewhere up here when it comes to quality. As you approach the asymptotic line, it takes more and more effort to eke out that 1% up here. And sometimes that and that don't matter as much. And what they're trying to do is fill that gap with bullshit instead of actually making things better. And they're just wasting resources.
Fun in most cases. Meanwhile, the games with the strongest art direction, many of them being indie games, can remain recognizable and distinct for decades without ever trying to recreate a real world. Notice how those games are the ones that are succeeding the most right now. When every single...
I honestly think that half the 3D modelers in the West that get hired just don't know how to make attractive female models. I don't think they even do modeling most of the time, Rosario. I think they do facial scans, and then they just delete some of the details to make the character look fatter or uglier than they do in real life, because that way it'll be less offensive to fat, ugly people who want some form of fake representation when that's never meant to be in video games whatsoever. If I was in a video game, I would be like a level 1 fat goblin that you kill before you fucking move on. Right? I got a face for radio.
Release needs Hollywood actors, full performance capture, photorealistic graphics, and hours of movie-quality cinematics. The industry is not just borrowing Hollywood's creative habits anymore, they're adopting Hollywood's cost structures. The difference is that Hollywood can make a movie in a year or two. Video games take 7 or 8. if you guys are wondering where some of this money has been going, why AAA games now on average cost over $300 million to make, this is why. This is where it's coming from. It's wastefulness,
it's a waste.
It's gluttony, it's self-indulgence. And while some of that stuff is fine, I think that the act of making a game should be fun. These people should be able to enjoy it at least a little bit and have a bit of freedom when it comes to it. In a lot of cases, these guys are taking advantage of these companies. They're taking them to the bank. They're treating that check like it's blank. And
what? Whoa, Bud, what are you doing? Whoa, the animal's moving. Whoa, you're supposed to shock the shit out of it. Come on. The fuck are you doing, Bud? No. Electrocute it back into place.
They are using it to fund their fantasy of playing Hollywood. That's what's been going on with some of these guys. They're not even paying attention to trying to actually make a video game in some cases.
Yeah, they're not.
Like, how do these companies not realize how much of a problem it is when you have a director for one of your games that's going out talking about how it's not even necessary for them to have 3 Hollywood actors in a motion capture set that costs God knows how much, those actors who cost God knows how much, doing motion capture with a team that costs God knows how much, and they're doing motion capture for a cube and a ribbon.
Think about how fucking stupid that is, what he said. They're mocapping a square and a flappy fucking piece of material. What a waste. Porn production and distribution is forbidden in South Korea. I wonder if that explains some of their artistic choices. Well, if that's the case, we need to ban porn in the West. Get rid of it. Put it back in the video games. They know how to do 3D modeling. They uglify them on purpose because they got female colleagues who feel uncomfortable when they see good-looking female characters. You're probably right. You know, the biggest hater of women that I've ever seen are usually other women. I've seen this happen, right? I still remember when my wife and I were still dating, and we went to a restaurant. We went to a Mexican restaurant. And I still remember she walked in looking fucking gorgeous. And the second she sat down, there were 2 other women at a table behind us who looked at her with what I can only describe as sheer fucking hatred. And they were both fat, dumpy bitches. They looked like if I was a woman. Not even with a wig. And they looked at my wife, at the time my girlfriend, with so much hatred in their eyes, I swear to God, you'd think that she'd murdered their kids. Not that they would have kids, no one would want to fuck them. This is why Star Citizen is going to cost over $1 billion and never come out. Yes, exactly. Well, they better hire some Hollywood actors, huh? Justify that. Why didn't they make Sylvanas ugly? Because they were trying to lean into the simp demographic, and they realized because they'd already manufactured the character in a specific way with a specific style that they couldn't just automatically turn her into a fat bitch in a wheelchair. So instead, what they did was they made her as progressive as possible and as, like, you know, yes, slay queen as they could to try and be like, oh, look, female empowerment, blah, blah, blah. And then they fucked up her story entirely. When she jumped off of Ice Crown Tower, she should have died. End of her story. Her entire character arc was complete by the end of Wrath of the Lich King. And she should have never come back. At least Kojima is the only person that makes Western actresses actually attractive. Yeah, and he's not even from the West, is he?
It's so wasteful, especially for a spin-off. This isn't even a mainline title. You know, recently I'd read this article that was talking about how expensive games have been made over the last few years, like how much more expensive games are today. And one of the reasons that they had brought up is that the biggest difference between today and how games were made in the past is that there are so many more specialized roles than there have ever been. And that's one of the targets for a lot of the layoffs that we have seen recently. It's not a bunch of guys that are wearing a bunch of different hats that can do a bunch of different things. No, instead, something as simple as just creating a character for a game now requires you to have a creative director, and then you have to have a concept artist, and then you need a VFX artist.
Don't forget the diversity officer.
And a 3D modeler. And then you need somebody to rig that model. Then you need an engineer to be able to put it in the game. And then you need a voice actor. But if that voice actor is going to be doing motion capture, now there's entirely different teams that are going to be attached to that. And you have just this ever-growing mountain of people. Go ahead and throw some consultancy agency on there for sensitivity and diversity. And the next thing you know, well, you have this massive mountain of people that a single idea needs to go through. And all of those people are getting paid all the way down.
Sylvanas herself was not progressively written at all. It's everyone around her scrambling to not treat her like the villain she is that were But she was the good guy all along, despite the fact that she killed Sarfang in that Makara. But she was the good guy all along when she called the Horde nothing. But she was the good guy all along when she did all that evil shit. Never forgetty. The Sylvana Spaghetti. They made her into the actual good guy. So she was written progressively. And on top of that, part of her writing is the people around her. The way people around her treat her. Remember, she was fucking invincible via plot armor from beginning to end. Part of her writing was her interactions with others. So yes, she was written progressively.
All of this is not only adding to how much these games cost to make, but it's also adding into how long these games take to make. And, you know, rewind the clock 15 years ago, games were only taking about a year or two to be able to release. Now that kind of timeline is basically reserved for AA games and live service games. AAA, no chance. These games...
Did an actor hang on a noose to motion cap Mimir on Kratos' belt? I don't think they did that mostly because they would have wanted to hire a black guy for that role, and I don't know how good any black guy can pull off a Scottish accent, barring maybe the Scotsman in TF2. I think they couldn't get a hold of him. They couldn't get the noose around his neck.
It's going to take way too long to make. And I don't think that these guys have come to realize yet that that expense is definitely killing these companies, but the thing that's really ruining them right now is time. Because time waits for no one, and it's definitely not waiting for these games. I don't know about you guys, but I have been completely locked into Palworld. I just cannot peel myself away from this game, and after watching it reach absurd levels of success twice...
Yeah, because it's a fucking video game.
...twice now, I started to reflect on what makes this game different. The game is not even a live service, yet it is averaging over like 800,000 players during the week, and it's honestly insane. This is the kind of success that every AAA publisher wishes it could find. These are numbers that they try to budget their games around, only to release those games and have them fall flat on their faces. So I kept thinking about what Palworld is doing that the wider industry is not right now, and one of the biggest things that I kept coming back to is that this game only took 3 years to develop. That used to be normal. Through the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, a game could take a year or less to make. As 3D graphics came into the picture, well, it got a little bit more complicated, and development roles expanded. That then grew to 2 or 3 years of production. Studios then placed more emphasis on cinematic quality, wider scopes, and larger narratives, and AAA development expanded to 4, 5.
Basically, they forgot to make a video game. They wanted to do all this other fancy shit, and they actually forgot to make a video game.
6, 7 years at this point. Much of that additional time was not necessarily spent on making the gameplay better, but instead making it look more expensive. Now, speed isn't everything. You can make a game in a day if you wanted to. That doesn't mean that game's going to be any good, but speed does matter when it comes to relevance. Palworld burst onto the scene in 2024 after roughly a year in development, and then, while it was still fresh in people's minds and the audience was still waiting for it, the game then dropped its 1.0 full release 2 years later, and it exploded. If they waited a little bit longer, or maybe another couple of years, who knows how big that audience actually would have been. But I actually still think that game would have been fine, because I think there's another kind of relevance that matters even more, and that's cultural relevance. Palworld probably could have released at any point they wanted to because Pokemon is seemingly immortal. It has always been near the top of the charts. It hasn't...
Yeah, but they keep on making dogshit games, which was the opening that Palworld needed, because all they needed to do was give people the Pokemon they always wanted but never got out of Nintendo. That's all they needed. How to get Palworld-esque success in 2 easy steps. 1, find out what people want. 2, create exactly that. 1 of N. How dare you say something so racist here? Have you ever thought about what that kind of racism does? Disgusting. How dare you? Sickening. Oh, that level. Oh, man. Oh, I bet you think that rap doesn't belong in mythological games. What's wrong with you? I bet you think that they don't need to hire an entire Hollywood cast. Sickening.
An active global fan base that has embedded itself into popular culture for decades now. Creature collecting itself is kind of a timeless concept. Palworld, by extension, is kind of a timeless concept. The same cannot be said for many of the trends that AAA games are chasing, especially the trends that they're borrowing from Hollywood. What was the last time that you watched a timeless movie that came out of Hollywood? Oppenheimer, maybe? And
a timeless movie. I think Project Hail Mary will be a timeless movie. a true timeless movie, like one that no matter what, I could go back and watch every single year of my life and think, holy fucking shit, what a banger. Lord of the Rings, Gladiator. What's wrong with you? You're aware I frequently watch this. Okay, fair. That's a fair take.
Was there even one before that? Many of people's favorite movies are the timeless classics, the original Star Wars trilogy, Titanic, Jurassic Park, the original Disney animated films, Lord of the Rings. They were not completely built around what was happening in the year that they were made. They were self-contained creative works with themes, characters, and worlds that could outlive the culture that was surrounding them because they weren't about the culture that was surrounding them. We don't see nearly as much of that coming from Hollywood anymore because they have become obsessed with current social norms, internet discourse, and whatever the current cultural conversation is.
He's 100% right about this. They are so obsessed with their narrow little paradigm that they exist within that they can't. These are 15-minute people. That's what it is. These are 15-minute people. You ever met a 15-minute person? You know, a person who they cannot think further ahead into the future than 15 minutes? Every day I have to interact with these kinds of fucking people. They have no idea of what consequences might occur next week or the day after or fucking 20 minutes from now. It's 15 minutes. That's as far as they can see into the future.
That's happening at that exact moment. The problem is that modern internet culture has now made this even worse because they pick up and abandon trends within a week or even sometimes days. Anything that's going to be built around culture today is going to have an expiration date, and that expiration date is getting shorter every single year. Now, that doesn't mean that movies and television shows can't still be successful. They absolutely can, and I think we all can see that, but they benefit from having a much faster turnaround. A movie that begins production in 2020 that releases in 2022 can still feel relatively connected to the culture that produced it, but a video game that begins production in 2020 and releases in 2026 or 2027 can feel like it came from an entirely different planet. I think this is...
You know, he's actually right about this. This makes me think of Fortnite. Right, this actually makes me think of Fortnite. Remember how like Fortnite released and then it was like 5 years later and everyone was making battle royales that no one gave a fuck about? And it was just flooded the entire market. Multipass, hall pass. What the fuck are you talking? Oh yes, okay. Hall pass is a different thing. You want a timeless movie? The Fifth Element's got you. Absolutely. Fuck, that was such a good movie. Completely timeless. There's a movie I'm thinking of in particular that's timeless. But if I say its name, my YouTube channel gets deleted forever. It's space. It's 2 empty spaces. And then the last end of it is from outer space.
Is one of the biggest reasons that we've been seeing so many games struggling so much culturally. It's why we are seeing so much backlash over character designs, how stories are written, and the overbearing use of divisive social politics. Many of the games that have been released over the last 2 years began their concept phases and development phases somewhere between 2018 and 2020, and that was a completely different cultural reality. At that time, people were much more willing to tolerate a lot of this stuff here and there. Maybe they just rolled their eyes and moved on, but the reaction usually just ended there. Today, interests, tastes, and culture have changed completely, and more importantly, people have become far more tribal and openly
Faith figured it out.
Hostile towards anything that's associated with the other side. A few years ago, a game could replace male and female characters with body type A and B and gender swap a character or rewrite an old role, and most people would barely even react. Today, that exact same decision is going to get your trailer downvoted into oblivion in the game.
Yeah, because it's become a red flag for shitty gameplay and shitty storytelling. It's the knee-jerk response. I love these people who like to pretend, oh, it's not that big of a deal, and then it gets worse. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, and then it gets worse. And then they look around them and like, how could this have happened? They avoid key indicators entirely of what's happening overall. They pretend it's not happening, and then they go, actually, it's a good thing. And when then it does happen, and they're like, I don't understand how nobody played my video game. Fucking idiots. This is what I mean when these people are 15-minute human beings. They can't link action consequence. They can't figure it out. It's like this strange concept that exists outside of reality to them. They do this every day of their fucking lives. Honestly, I'm surprised most of them haven't died. When Pokemon came out, I thought Disney was going to make their own ripoff in the most corporate way possible. Mickey Mouse versus Pete. You know, they missed an opportunity then. They could have.
Game having no audience there to show up when that game actually releases. These studios are not necessarily making games for the culture that exists today. They are releasing games based on culture that they would believe that would still be here 6 or 7 years ago.
15-minute human beings.
This is why multiplayer games have honestly probably been hit the hardest. They are far more vulnerable to the changing of trends and also to trends just changing faster in the industry than they can actually develop around them. And I think this extends far beyond just politics and opinions and tastes and everything else. It's actually affecting the games themselves. Look at the endless trend chasing around battle royales, hero shooters, and extraction games, or the flood of terminally millennial Marvel dialogue. These games were approved at a time where those ideas probably made sense to a lot of people, but then they released years later.
They never made sense. They never made sense. They were overplayed the second that they happened.
When people were already tired of them. Just look at the wave of hero shooters that came out in the last 2 years. Almost all of them failed outside of Marvel Rivals, and I think a major reason for that is simply because they took too long to make. By the time that they arrived, taste had already shifted, and the audience had already moved on. Marvel Rivals only succeeded because it didn't follow every trend that the industry was chasing. At least in my eyes, I think it rejected the obsession with safe character designs and leaned way more into making their cast attractive, and that made them feel far more culturally
It's like Overwatch, but better.
Relevant at the time because that's what people actually really wanted in that moment, while also helping it to stand apart from everything else that's coming out of AAA. And I think all of this becomes so much more worse when these companies try to do this inside of existing franchises. When you have your own IP, you're free to do whatever you want. You can
watch Colors as an 8-year-old. That one, I skipped that one, so I can't go back. I mean, I might have the mentality of an 8-year-old, but I'm not 8, so yeah, I missed Colors entirely. That one skipped right past me. I haven't seen it, no.
Build characters, worlds, and an audience around the culture that you're chasing, and people could decide whether they're interested. But when you take something that already existed and you reshape it to trends from 6 years ago, you're forcing ideas onto an audience that already has expectations for what that series is supposed to be. Look at what's going on with the Odyssey right now. This is something that also happens in Hollywood. This is why these changes create so much backlash. This is what's really pissing off a lot of people. They are using the popularity of an older franchise to sell something designed for an audience that they assumed would exist years later. By the time that game releases, that predicted audience may have disappeared by that point, while the original audience is still sitting there wondering why everything they like has changed to attract people that never even showed up. Now, something that I find really funny, and I think a lot of you guys are probably going to agree with me on this, is that I think a lot of people in the games industry desperately wish that they were Hideo Kojima. I mean, Death Stranding has...
He's right about this, actually. They're all trying to LARP as Hideo Kojima because they saw what he did and they thought they could do the same thing. And because they don't have an original thought in their mind, they just copy-pasted it. Hey, what up, Edward? How you doing? Emma's bikini skin for Marvel's Rivals is damn. You know, I saw some Twitter posts about some of the Marvel Rivals characters. And there's one that apparently has got some lip tips sticking out. I don't know if that's in the game or not. But apparently there's a line somewhere on a character that hints at those pants being a little bit too low on her.
Everything that I have criticized throughout this entire video. It has Hollywood actors, full performance capture, hours of cinematics, expensive production. Hell, they even have a bunch of licensed music in it, and they definitely have...
Don't know about that. Kojima didn't make a good game since 2008. They think it's good enough to copy. Not you. Them.
A director who clearly loves movies and television and sees himself as a director. Kojima puts celebrities into the game just because he wants to meet them. He scans directors into their world as holograms. This man is probably the most self-indulgent developer alive, but Kojima understands something that the rest of the industry fundamentally does not. All of this serves an idea that is completely his own. Death Stranding was not an old franchise that's being rewritten around whatever Hollywood is doing at the time. It was an IP that was distinct. It had its own distinct world. It has bizarre mechanics, and
yeah, Mailman Simulator was great.
Experience that only would work inside of a video game. You spend hours walking across mountains, balancing packages, building infrastructure, and forming connections with people that you may never actually meet. The actors help bring that world to life, but the entire game is not built around just showing off those actors. These studios copy the surface-level parts of Kojima. They hire the recognizable celebrities. They build out these enormous motion capture studios. They create long cinematic scenes, and they take themselves very, very seriously.
Do you want to know, actually, with the motion capture, right? Do you want to know the last time motion capture in a video game was good? Let me show you. Just because this whole talk about motion capture has brought up a memory of mine. This was the last time that motion capture was good. This Andy Serkis looking motherfucker. This was the last time it was good.
With every age that comes to pass, there is one born to greatness, sent from heaven to shape the world to a divine vision. I am the one. So where's the sword? Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Oh, it's so good.
General Flying Fox, I will choose to believe that the reason you let it slip through your hands is some elaborate attempt at humoring me, and not because you are an incompetent fool.
This game had so much fucking personality to it, using mocap systems. And they like to pretend that it never existed. It was so good. That's the one time I saw mocap being exceptionally well used. L.A. Noire, never played L.A. Noire, to be honest. I skipped those ones. No, they want to LARP as movie makers, and they settle on video games because movies are much harder to get to, and they hate games as lesser than movies while doing games, which is really funny that you say that because the video games industry is infinitely bigger than them. It's so fucking stupid that video games are bending over backwards to something smaller, weaker, and more pathetic to them than them. These fucking parasites need to be ejected from gaming entirely until they learn their lesson. All of them need to be kicked the fuck out and thrown into a McDonald's booth. The only things I want to hear from the people making these fucking video games is, "Hi, can I take your order?" And the only thing I want them to remember is, do not put fucking onions on my burger. That's all I want to hear. No pickles either. That's all they have to remember, because none of them deserve the position they're in with the amount of shit that they put out there. 1980, 1990 inspiration for Kojima. There's plenty of stuff, but he got old and fat and lazy. Yeah, no, that makes sense. He just got tired and he was like, you know what, whatever I pump out now is going to make money. What a great scene. Well directed overall. Oh, it was so good. Fuck, Heavenly Swords cutscenes were so fucking good. Completely forgotten by Sony. What a waste. What a fucking waste. We're talking about how they're chasing movies, but we should not forget how they're chasing gambling too. And just another reason that these people shouldn't have a fucking job.
But they leave out the creative risk, the mechanical experimentation, the willingness to make something that may only appeal to a very specific group of people. They want the prestige without doing the thing that earned him the prestige. And I love Death Stranding, by the way. It's one of my favorite games. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
It's not one of mine, but I'll give it a pass. It's okay.
Fantastic. And it's definitely self-indulgent, to say the least. But at the same time, it's a game that offers an experience that you just can't find anywhere else. It does so many weird and different things. It's so distinct in its world and what it's trying to do, and none of it feels like it has anything to do with current day. Ironically, by trying to be big and cinematic and ultra Hollywood, Kojima, being the guy that he is, actually made something that was timeless and distinct, which kind of loops me back around to Power World in a way, because Power World didn't take 8 years trying to figure out what they were going to be able to make in the current culture that they were making it in. No, they took a timeless concept, iterated on it, and then released it to an audience that they knew would already be there no matter what, regardless of when those guys released that game. And that's
why we have the label of slop today. People like to pretend that the newest video game is the most innovative and greatest thing ever since sliced bread. The reality is, every single year they pump out the same IP with the same graphics and the same fucking gameplay and a more mediocre story, and every single mechanic in the game is lesser than what it was previously. There's a reason we have the word slop. Because it's actual slop and it's worse than the old shit. That's not progression. That's regression. That's why no one plays those fucking video games. That's why no one likes them. And that's why the gaming industry is trying their best to do this thing where they delete old video games and pretend they didn't exist because they just cannot keep up with that same formula.
why it's so popular. That's why it worked out for them. And that's what I think a lot of these guys have kind of just lost sight of over time. They've gotten so obsessed with Hollywood, so obsessed with trying to make video games into movies that they forget about what made games timeless. At one point in time, I wanted to make a video where I was going to talk about timeless games and like what makes games timeless in some cases, like an Ocarina of Time or a Metal Gear Solid or, you know, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, the original ones.
Or the Memory Hold Heavenly Sword, otherwise known as Woman God of War. The actual God of War game we needed with a woman in it. People make a Pokemon Arc mod. Nintendo says, nay, Palwood says, okay, we will make it then. Yeah, wasn't there that whole thing where Palwood was trolling people saying you get to fuck the pals at some point? Those guys are off the fucking rails. They do not care. Also, Mushless, thanks for the sub.
There's a huge list. Super Mario Brothers, right? If you think back to all these games, all the most timeless games, not a single one of them was ever made to have anything to do with what was going on in current day. It was never about current culture. It was a self-contained experience that was made to be not about its culture and just about itself. And that's the one step that these guys completely miss. I don't think that, I'll be honest, like, I don't really care that these guys want to make games look more cinematic. If you want to make games look better, cool, that's fine. If you want to hire Hollywood actors, cool, that's fine. But the one thing that's crippling these guys the most is the fact that they are stuck in today and they need to be thinking about tomorrow. And that's the thing that's really killing a lot of these games right now. They got to get out of this because, I mean...
They won't, though. They won't. The firings in video games will continue. I would say until morale improves, but the reality is it's just going to keep on continuing. Until they've destroyed and burned everything that's been built over the last 3 decades to the ground, it's going to keep happening. It will continue to happen, and you know what? Good. All of them deserve it. Every single one of them. Yes, they did an April Fool's joke in the form of a Steam listing. Look up Palworld more than just pals. Yeah, I remember something about that. Where they were really fucking with people. I thought that was brilliant. Speaking of slop, try looking up an asset store of UE5 or Unity. You'll see the same things appearing in AAA stuff. Some hairstyles appear over there. Hence my dark opinion of Guild Wars 3 budget is 10k. I agree with you. I agree with you. How many AAA games released where they had like a non-white character who always had the exact same hairstyle? In their quest for diversity, they homogenized every non-white race that they could, and then they homogenized the white people into the worst fucking roles. And it's like, I don't know, it's like they've somehow looped around to doing the most racist shit they could by trying to be progressive. It's actually really funny the more I think about it. Apparently this was so offensive, Kick had to delete it. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know why. Welcome to AI moderation, where I don't get to decide what you say, you don't get to decide what you say, and it's some retarded AI does. That's just life now. This video is funny. I'm sick of the games industry pretending to be Hollywood, and his favorite game is the most mediocre game that want to be a Hollywood movie. I think the point he's making is still valid, though. I think the fact that Hideo Kojima made something that was not Hollywood, right, was trying to be cinematic, kind of like a very old school style of Hollywood that was actually good, as opposed to, yeah, you know, the modern slop that's about everything contemporary and next week no one's going to give a fuck, but the game releases in 3 years from now.
As somebody that is just not really a part of the whole film thing, I don't really watch a lot of movies anymore. I really don't watch a whole lot of TV. I know that I'm not alone, and I know there's a lot of other people that are like me.
Yes.
And if these guys continue to follow what Hollywood has been doing and following their trends, they're going to end up meeting a lot more guys like me. I'm going to tell you that right now. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm going to get ready to go I got to go to bed. Kat keeps coming and trying to tell me it's time to go to bed.
I'm tired too, but I'm spiritually tired. I'm so tired of the way the AAA games industry behaves. I don't believe the lies Pokemon hentai is a myth. There's no rules against the Pokemon, Batman.
So I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys did like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, comment down below.
Yeah, okay, solid video. Pretty decent. I like his take on it. I think the problem is we're already sliding down the slope of becoming exactly like Hollywood. I can't remember the last time I was excited for a AAA game release. I can't remember the last time. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. Elden Ring. But aside from that, I can't think of another time that I cared that anything came out of the AAA games industry, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Because they cannot think outside of their little bubble. These are, like I said, these are 15-minute human beings. They don't think further than that. They see something, they gotta copy it. It's literal monkey see, monkey do. And that's not racist, because it's all a bunch of fat blue-haired bitches in the offices making these decisions. And they're all white. In the 50s, segregation was done for racist reasons. 70 years later, segregation is also done for racist reasons, but they think it's to combat racism. Yeah, because they're idiots. These are the same idiots, right? Like, I have a few Slavic friends, and they described it to me this way. When you've got these, like, very hyper-progressive people, these are the same people that in communist Russia would be the first people to rat out their neighbors to the government and send them off to some fucking mine in Siberia. These were the same people. They think they're justified. They think they're on the right side of history. They think they're doing everything good. And they will sacrifice everyone else around them until it happens to them. And then it's, wait, but I was the good person. How could this have happened to me? And when they do lose their jobs, they deserve it. Go dig up rocks in a mine in Siberia. You've earned it. Real question is, when was the last time you were excited about a new MMO? Oh, fuck. Oh. I would say it was about the time. It was just after, if I remember correctly, my old man memories are fading. I think it was just after the asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. Just about then. Just about then. That's it. Now, I think there's one more. There was one more I wanted to look at. There's one last video that kind of ties into this topic. The slop infestation of YouTube. Why is it all garbage? Why is it all dog shit? Why is it all bland and trashy? Why is it that YouTube is being flooded with slop, and it's not just the AI's fault, it's everyone else's? Then we'll play some Final Fantasy XIV.
If I told you the reason you get recommended like 20 nearly identical videos after you watch just one on the subject is also the reason that you can seldom find a video that isn't wholesale, all or nothing about any given subject, you might...
I don't know what he's talking about, slop. This is just woman content. This is just average woman content. This is just white girl in California content. Come on, that's not slop. They love that shit. Slop with a hot chick in the thumbnail. She's okay. 6 out of 10.
Might think that I'm crazy.
I'm a 1 out of 10, so I can judge everyone above me. It's punching up, not down.
But I am quite literally always right. But first, we're gonna have to go all the way back. Does that sound familiar? The reason so many videos start like that is because ever since YouTube shifted toward favoring average view duration, the easiest way to succeed is to make a video that keeps the viewer watching for as long as possible.
Yes.
It's one of those things where, on paper, it seems like that would be a great way to filter videos by quality. I don't think that's what's actually happening, though. If you really want to make yourself sick, go look at what the retention gurus say about how you should bury the lead of your video and basically just completely waste the viewer's time to maximize your average view duration.
All of these piss me off. I used to try when I was trying to figure out YouTube and stuff like that. I looked at all of these videos and was just instantaneously mad because I could no longer watch a video without seeing this exact pattern happen. And then I would just be like, fuck this, I can't do it. Today, this happened today, right? I was checking over my car, right? Because I had to drive to a DnD event that was happening. And I wanted to check my fuel cap. I was looking for the fuel adapter that goes in the side of my car. Every fucking video that came up telling me where to look for the fuel adapter was 10 minutes long. And all I was thinking was, damn, I'm so glad I'm not a woman trapped at midnight looking for the fuel adapter for my car to fill it back up because I ran out of fuel on a highway somewhere. All I was thinking was, shit, in this third world shithole, oh man, am I glad. And then at the same time, YouTube hits you with an ad every 2 to 3 minutes because I was on my fucking phone. I hate it. Oh God. And so I just started thinking to myself, like, what happens if you're like a woman on the side of the road, you're looking for the fuel adapter, you're trapped out in the middle of nowhere, there's some dude like who's like hiding in the bushes waiting for you. And all you hear while some guy is trying to attack you and rape you is this in the background. No, please, no! Think of my family! Don't worry, I'll get to them later. What the hell is a fuel adapter? So certain cars, particularly ones built by the Germans, have this thing so you can't fuck with the fuel tank, where you have to put a funnel adapter into the thing to open up the fuel tank, then you can pour fuel inside of it. Just imagining that sound in the background while some dude's like fucking attacking you with a knife or something in the middle of the night because you're trying to fill your car up. You just created the greatest concept for a comedy horror film. And all you're hearing is some dumb bitch ad being like, hey, let me go back, hold on. I didn't get the full effect. All you're hearing is this in the background, right? While some dude's attacking you with a knife. Hi guys! So today in today's video, I'm gonna teach you all about the fuel adapter on your car. Now, if you've got a German car, a car that works like a VW Volkswagen, what you're gonna realize is that there's this little thing that goes in the back of the fuel cap in order to open it up so you can pour fuel in the car. But first, let me tell you about our sponsor, Squarespace. And it just stretches out into a fucking 20-minute video. And then at the last, 19 minutes and 45 seconds, it says, oh yeah, guys, and by the way, you'll find the fuel adapter in the back of the car. It's in a little foam insert where you'll just need to reach in and grab it. Anyway, thanks. I hope you like my video. Bye! And I was just thinking, I'm in a third world nation. Imagine being trapped in the middle of the night and bumfucked nowhere, and you're trying to avoid being bumfucked, and now you're looking for where the fuck the fuel adapter is with a light on your phone, while 4 dudes are storming up to the car being like, Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. This exact formula ruined YouTube. I hate it so much. Dude, you're being raped by some asshole in the night. Let's go back 50 years. I don't even know. It's not a global thing. Those safety mechanics is a basic car mechanic. Yeah, so it's not a global thing, right? It's used usually in EU systems and stuff. What that system is actually there for in your fuel tank is to make sure that someone can't just pop the cap open and piss down your fuel tank or drop sugar in it because they're trying to destroy your engine. Right, that's the reason that thing exists. It exists to prevent tampering unless someone can actually access that thing. But to me, it's a dumbass system because if you want to defeat that, all you really need is to walk around with one of those fuel those fuel adapters, and you can do the same thing you were planning to do in the beginning. I think they played a burger ad after a tragedy on it. Yes, that was the and a little bit of chicken ad. I remember that. It was beautiful.
And as a consequence, your views. The worst part is that it works. It works really well, actually.
It does.
It's especially funny to me coming from watching mostly videos about literature because YouTube basically directly punishes you for having the ability to write well. If you get straight to the point, are clear and concise, and
you can always just read an article instead if you can even see it through the ad pop-ups. Oh, you can read it through an article, you say? So, through an article? Really? You think so? So this article is about finding the fuel cap on a car, but before I tell you that, I have to tell you my life story about how when I was a little kid, I was once upon a time trapped on the side of the road with my father. Now, he wasn't really my father, but he did make me call him daddy, and we were trapped there for a good 3.5 hours, and my grandma was trying to call me at the time, and this was really a memory that I loved. That's every fucking article in existence. Every single one. It doesn't fucking help. It's the same thing. Don't forget life story. Yeah, no, that as well. You've got to get the life story, his grandma, the fucking backstory on how he discovered where the fuel adapter was, what it used to be, like in 1972 versus now. Oh my god, it's everywhere. The slop's everywhere. It's not just in videos, it's in articles as well. Imagine dialing 911, but instead YouTube searching 911, please help, and you just get a bunch of stupid fucking videos about what 911 does. I'm not sure, but I think it also stops you from using diesel on an unleaded gas. Yeah, it does. It does. It's because the adapters, it makes sure that you don't put like petrol in a diesel car and diesel in a petrol car and stuff like that.
Don't waste the viewer's time. Well, that's less time that the viewer is going to spend watching ads while they wait for you to finally get to the damn point, which makes YouTube less money. So you...
Oh, you look at shorts instead. You're telling me you look at shorts instead, and the title of the short is like, how to find the diesel fuel adapter for your thing, and it's just 15 minutes of a woman in a bikini with her legs in the air, and then it never tells you anything about the fuel adapter. You mean those ones? Or maybe you prefer the ones with the AI voice, where it's actually anime acting out some little fucking skit, and you never figure it out as well. You prefer those ones? I suppose if you're in a hurry, and you really don't want background music when some dude's trying to rape you in the middle of the night, I suppose that works as well. Let me tell you about the fuel cap, and it's just like a woman fucking twerking in a pink bikini. And then you look on Twitter and you're like, does anyone know where the fuel cap is? And you just get a bunch of Reddit responses like, I remember when I was looking for the fuel cap. And it's just turned into Reddit there as well.
Your well-written video better move over for the 9-hour-long video game retrospective written at the 6th grade level. That is actually, secretly, just a plot summary. That right there is a money printing machine. One ad every 4 minutes for 9 hours? Jesus.
Who the fuck is watching that? At least the curry lover told you how to fix Windows. You know what? Back in the day, when I was in engineering, do you know how much of a relief it was for like the programming courses? When you open up YouTube and you're looking for like a specific solution to MATLAB or something, and you just hear, hello guys, today I'm going to teach you how to Simulink in MATLAB. And you're like, oh, thank God. Oh, my problem will be solved. It was like a 4-minute video, and that's how it ended. There was no fucking, let me tell you my life story. There was none of that shit. Man, I miss those days. Even the Indians are catching on to this now. They don't even do that anymore. I miss those old school ones. A 2-minute video, $2 per 1K views. 2-hour video, $5 to $18. Yeah, that's the YouTube game. That's the YouTube game.
It's the same reason why most videos you watch, the dude just repeats the same 4 or 5 points over and over and over again for half an hour while occasionally introducing a new observation. It keeps the average view duration up, so YouTube is way more likely to recommend it. Realistically speaking, you're not making any money off of a 5-minute tightly written and edited video without a sponsor. And even then, you will make less off of the sponsor than you would if you just chose to slut it out. It's not something that's viable unless you're an old, well-established channel who's running off of brand recognition alone. Back when things were driven by click-through, as in how many people click on a video when the title or thumbnail is shown to them, videos that didn't pull out all the stops to milk every last second of view duration out of you had a way better shot at surviving. But
not just that, but when the YouTube dislike was a feature, you could immediately tell that you weren't going to get the information that you required out of a video, and that's why removing the dislike feature was the dumbest fucking thing they could have done. I've seen emergency videos right? So like my wife was looking this up like just before we had our kid. She was like looking up how to like safely perform like the Heimlich procedure on a child in case they're choking and shit like that. And they'd removed the dislike feature. And so she had to go through like 20 different videos. And again, it's like, imagine you're like, I need a 5-second video on how to save my child's life before they choke to death. And you've got some bitch just sitting there talking about her fucking fingernails or some shit for like 11 minutes, never giving you the actual answer. And it's just like at the end, so anyway, I was thinking about learning how to Heimlich children. And then it just ends and you learn nothing. It was so bad. Everything, it's all turned into slop.
Then you have the issue of rampant clickbait, so that's not the solution either. I think this is a bit like, you know, when Communist China killed all the sparrows. It's like, great job, you got rid of all the birds, but what happened to all the food? YouTube fixed clickbait and made the advertisers happier, but it completely fucked up the way that videos are actually served to the viewer, which is, you know, the entire point of the website. YouTubers will seldom admit it, but doing YouTube professionally is not the business of making good videos, it is the business of creating impressions for ads.
It's the business of you're trying to get ad money, so you need to be as psychologically manipulative as possible and keep baiting your viewers into things nonstop. That's just how it is.
One way to create those impressions is to make good videos, but it is certainly not the easiest, most popular, nor the most certain way to do so, not by a long shot. I really didn't notice this properly until recently because, like I said, most of the videos I watch on YouTube are about literature, which isn't exactly a contentious subject matter. But these last several weeks, I've started to watch...
Oh, I don't know about that. You haven't seen the woman literature then. You haven't been looking at all the top books written by women in 2026. The billionaire werewolf who's kind of rapey, but I kind of like it because I never see a man being masculine whatsoever, and I really want a dog to tie me up and knot me. Bestseller, New York bestseller. He's obviously into older literature, this guy. I can tell immediately by him saying that. But what about the poor feelings of the content creator having to see the digital abuse on their video? Well, grab a spoon and a bag of concrete, start eating, and toughen the fuck up. You can't be on the internet and be a pussy. Deal with it. You'll be fine. Fuck with them, even. Have a good time of it. It's all made up. It doesn't exist. It's digital. Have a great time. Fuck with them as much as you can. Like using online recipes, I don't care about your journey to XYZ country. When the fuck do I remove the time? The trick was the time they removed was yours, not in your food. Reddit, actually, your child shouldn't be choking in the first place. This is usually a sign of poor parenthood, and I don't want to support this kind of behavior. You forgot the follow-up message where he says, actually, the only choking my child does is on my own penis because that's what I love doing to them. And I just realized by saying that sentence, this entire stream is now demonetized all over again.
Some gaming videos, which is something I almost never do these days, despite the fact that I make them. I started to notice that most of what I was seeing was, I don't really know how to say this other than dishonest as fuck. Any game I look up, the results are all the same. It's an almost even split. Either it's a 40-minute video of some nasal dude with a cartoon avatar of himself in the corner doing...
Oh, Soulman's taking shots.
What I like to call the false reverence voice. You know the one, where they're like, oh, it's so good, it's just so good. Well, they just sort of list off the game's features like they're reading the back of the box, and I can't fucking stand that. It's like, what the hell, man, 40 minutes of this little fucking guy with the card glazing the hell out of something in a way that is totally unreasonable. You almost think, okay, they're just getting paid to advertise the game. But that can't be it, because their channel will have like 80 videos on it, with loads of views, about every major game that came out in the last 5 years that are pretty much the exact same thing. There's no way these people are actually getting paid to promote all of these games. Like, from the very beginning of their channel. It makes no sense. That, or it'll be some obnoxious, super distorted thumbnail, like the one that I used for this video, crafted with liberal use of Photoshop's Liquify tool and...
No. You see, he's overcomplicating it, right? What you're supposed to do is, if you want the pro thumbnails that get the attention, is you take a screenshot, right? You take that screenshot, you go over here, and you just say right-click, edit in Paint, like this, And then what you do is you select it all, and then you stretch it out like that, okay? And then you stretch it out even more. And then you put some bullshit in it. And it says... Wrong font. And then you just do that. And you've got the perfect thumbnail. Flawless. Mwah. There you go. 25 billion views. Perfect. Fucking liquefy tool in Photoshop. He's overthinking it. I looked up a guide on a game just to see the competition. So easy mode makes the game easier for more laid back and less stressful gameplay. Hard mode. So, but, okay, so yeah, he's just padding watch time. That's padding watch time. That's the most frustrating shit ever. John wielded galvanized square steel with random screws to extend his apartment. Yep. Welcome to the random ads. Do you know how many car ads play on kids' videos? It's actually fucking insane how many car ads play actively on kids' videos these days. But what was really impressive to me was I said this once to my daughter when an ad popped up and she was watching Curious George. I said it jokingly. I didn't expect her to pick this up. I went, "Oh no, garbage!" And then I skipped the ad for her. And now every time she sees an ad or she sees anything like that, even like we're driving somewhere, she'll point at a signboard and go, "Oh no, garbage!" It's fucking incredible. I don't know why that stuck with her, but whenever she sees an ad for anything, she just points at it and goes, "Oh no, garbage!" It's so good. She's done it in stores in front of people so many times. It's beautiful. I love that. I love it so much. She picked it up so quickly.
And a red and white text that says something like, "This game hates you and wants you to die," or "Gaming is dead." And it's 40 or so minutes of some nasal dude talking about how the game is a direct, targeted insult to you and your intelligence, and everything about this game blows, and you should take up arms right now and stand against this affront to what is true and right, which I feel like I remember this being said for like the last 10 years, and nothing has changed. Then you look at the
and it's just gonna get worse.
Dude's channel, and they've got like 80 videos with a decent amount of views about every single major game that has come out in the last 5 years that are pretty much the exact same thing. The common thread between these two is that they spend a relatively small amount of the video actually making interesting points about the game. It's mostly just reusing the same several adjectives for its entire runtime.
Yep.
The videos rely on the fact that you are going to just nod your head in agreement the whole time, pretty much the same way the older generations watch cable news. It's not meant to be actively watched. It's meant to be on in the background while you do something else, and you occasionally go, "Hell yeah, brother," or "Oh my god, I feel so heard," depending which side you're on. That observation right there is when it occurred to me. This is the business model. It's the same as burying the lead in your video. Both.
And it's worse than that. People have been trained to expect it. So the conditioning is normalized. So they're used to it. Right there. The idea of get to the fucking point has gone non-existent. Right? If you're going to make a video that is going to go down all these twisty-turny avenues, at least make it entertaining. At least make it fun. YouTube demonetizes you when you say fuck within the first 10 seconds, but I regularly get goon bait ads. It's not just within the first 10 seconds. YouTube actively counts the amount of times they think you said fuck. And then it collects that, and if it goes above a certain threshold, then it also gets demonetized. But Sally, who just hit 18 yesterday, who's spreading her asshole on camera, but you just can't see that the unwiped purple starfish on her, perfectly acceptable. Tagged on YouTube Kids is something your kid should watch. Massive layoffs. Microsoft forced to admit they've been losing a multitude of money they invested on most of their games. Ubisoft imploding again and again. Sony scrambling. Yeah, good. Good. Still nothing's changed. The nothing that's changed is their behavior. Until I actively see change and improvement, nothing has changed. Not enough of it's happened. You also have to do the shocked reaction for the thumbnail. Only if it's a React video. That one's kind of fallen by the wayside. The video where you're giving invisible blowjobs to everyone, where you're like, yeah, no, that one's fallen by the wayside as well.
Both of those methods are the most effective way to make money given how YouTube recommends videos. Hating everything is a great strategy because the viewer knows what to expect from the get-go and will watch more of your video on average because the angle is clear from the title. They will click because they know what you're going to say and you are going to reinforce their opinion. It doesn't matter if your criticisms don't make any sense.
I call that the Asmongold strategy.
And you're just, blindly hating on somebody to get views. You'll attract an audience that enjoys dunking on things for the love of the game. Which is pretty fun, I will admit.
It is
people
fun.
who don't agree with you won't even click on the video, so your average view duration will be comparatively high. The same goes for blindly supporting something. You know you're going to attract a dedicated audience off of the fandom or whatever it is that is your channel's, let's just call it, special interest. It doesn't matter if you get called a shill, because eventually those people will stop clicking, and the amount of like-minded fanboys you attract, who will watch it all the way to the end, will more than make up for it. The people who would otherwise click off immediately just don't click at all. So again, your average view duration stays high.
You find the niche. You've whittled it out. That's why you'll notice that small YouTube channels tend to have more hateful comments on them because it hasn't found its niche audience yet. And so people get very spiteful, and that's where they shit on people the most. It's very common. Under every single one of my videos, because this is my fucking stream channel, my react channel, where I put everything, you will find the shittiest comments because it's not isolated itself within a niche, right? And so you'll always have someone who loses their fucking mind and says the most retarded shit that they can.
It's an average. The easiest way to keep it high is to eliminate the section of the audience that runs the risk of clicking off immediately and bringing it down. It's like infant mortality. It's not that people in the Middle Ages lived to be 40, it's that a lot of them died when they were born. This is interesting to me. Not infant mortality, but the YouTube thing, because the way that YouTube works directly discourages you from being honest. If your title and thumbnail entice the viewer, but then you say something along the way that you honestly believe that one side or the other finds objectionable, your average view duration will suffer tremendously when that subset of the audience gets...
It will. That's why autists like me will always be at the bottom. I say shit all the time, and it just upsets people. Get used to it.
It's pissed and clicks off. Walk on the right side of the road, you're safe. Walk on the left side of the road, you're safe. Walk in the middle of the road, squished. It's not about being a centrist or whatever, which I absolutely am not. It's about the fact that you absolutely cannot break with any of the previously established narratives without hurting your video's performance massively. It's like that classic example of survivorship bias from World War II. I don't even know if this is real, but the idea is that they tried to put armor on the areas where damaged planes that made it back to base had been hit, without realizing that the only reason those planes were able to return to base is that hits to those areas.
Yeah, this was Jew magic in engineering. It was a Jewish engineer who figured this out. He was like, no, reinforce the places that don't have bullet holes. Yeah, you're filtering out the problem.
Areas didn't actually take them down, so they should be putting armor pretty much everywhere else. The reason why videos feel so bipolar is because videos that are not fully lockstep with one established narrative suffer a massive hit to their average view duration because members of both sides will click, hit a point that they disagree with, and then click off the video.
Yes. You eliminate the entire audience. That's just how it works. Did you see Asmon started playing the hardest game while streaming, dating a girl and playing games on stream with her in the last few days? His toilet dookie stain clip went viral. I saw the thing of some Asian woman in his bedroom complaining about how she couldn't take a shit in his toilet because there was a stain in it. That's all I know about that. Multi-millionaire, by the way. And he's just leaving shit stains on the fucking toilet. It's kind of based. I kind of like that. I thought that was great. That poor man is never going to have a girlfriend for very long because he just doesn't want to do anything but stream. I think Asmongold's probably going to be alone for the rest of his life. And you know what? He's happy. Good for him. He's having the time of his life. I wait about 1 hour, 40 minutes to 2 hours into a video to show off the right-wing takes so that the leftoids that sat there watching the whole video will double seethe. That's genius. That's actually genius. Her son was angry about it too. Yeah, but her son was angry for different reasons, right? His son was angry because now he knew it was going to get cleaned up and he would never get the chance to taste it for himself.
The schism is the direct result of YouTube's shift toward average view duration as the most important metric, which I think had a really profound impact on any sort of opinion-driven video. It's not just the fact that people are more likely to share something that they agree with, it's the fact that people are more likely to click off immediately when they hear something they disagree with, which tells YouTube to stop recommending it. The higher your average view duration, the more money YouTube can make from ad slots on the video, and the more YouTube will recommend your video. You're legitimately way better off alienating a large portion of the potential audience off the rip than you are packaging your video in a way that is universally appealing. YouTube will learn to just not show it to people who disagree with you, and your analytics will improve. If you don't pick one side of the dominant narrative and adhere to it exactly, you're going to annihilate your analytics, and your video
Yeah, you quite literally get purity tested out of the system.
is going to die roughly 48 hours after it is posted. You are way better off omitting any opinions that you may have that are not directly acceptable to your target audience. The recommendation algorithm is basically forced to be bipolar. I'd even wager this is why when you watch one video, you'll get like 20 of basically the exact same thing recommended to you over and over and over again for the next few days. The algorithm knows that people are way more likely to click off of stuff immediately that they disagree with. So it's very careful to only show you stuff that it knows that you, at the very least, watch something very similar all the way to the end. The shift toward average view duration is basically a shift toward rewarding predictability and encouraging the avoidance of anything that may not exactly match the viewer's opinions.
Yeah, and that reinforces the behavior because the incentive is that YouTube has is the same as every other social media platform, where it's keep the person on the platform for as long as possible. They literally build a profile of you, what you like, what you dislike, where you lean towards, what you watch the most, and so it continually recommends those videos. It's why when you look up a tutorial video, right, and you maybe watch it once or twice just to make sure that you figured out the tutorial, you see a million new tutorials of the same fucking thing flooding the algorithm for a little while. Despite the fact that you already know what you're doing, because you watched the one tutorial video, you didn't need 70 other videos on that same fucking topic. Is the son capable of being happy? Legit, I have never seen a smile on him. No, he is. Don't get it twisted. I'm pretty sure he was fairly happy in that German brothel, allegedly, with that underage child, allegedly. I'm sure he was having a great time there. I'm pretty sure he was happy about that, allegedly.
And tastes. Really, it is a policy meant to sell more ad slots disguised as giving viewers what they want. It puts a disproportionate amount of influence in the hands of the most extreme viewers, and it screws over, most of the people who actually watch YouTube. Basically, it's created two parallel echo chambers where you will only be shown the stuff that agrees with you, and it forms a feedback loop, which I don't think I need to spell it out for you why that's bad. It's algorithmically enforced confirmation bias. You can definitely see this in the comment section of a lot of videos, where it seems like people cannot fathom that someone may disagree with them, but also not be a member of their rival nerd gang. I don't think this is necessarily their own...
I just thought of something. This guy is couching this video as what's wrong with YouTube. But what this is actually a tutorial of how to blow up on YouTube. This is how you get big. This is actually it's like, that book 1984, normal people looked at it and went, oh no, what a terrible future. And then governments looked at it and like, yes, oh, what a great tutorial book. This is a tutorial on how to blow up on YouTube. I just registered this. This is actually how to teach people how to get good at something. Amazing. Incredible. I'm giving this guy a sub. I need to listen to more of his stuff and a like as well. You know what? I need more of his stuff because every time he complains, he's giving away the formula of how to blow the fuck up. Next week, I'm going to be here on YouTube with a swastika on my forehead. And I'll know how, and I'll have 1 million subs. It's going to work. I sent you some examples of ads I got on Discord. Oh, I bet some of them are going to be fucking bangers. I don't see them anywhere. Where'd you put them, General? Where did you put them, Brando? accidentally deleted that guy's role. There we go. Direct. Oh, you sent him directly. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. If it's okay for YouTube ads, it should be okay for a live stream. What the fuck? God damn. I can almost smell this one. Whoa, Jesus Christ. What the what ads are you clicking on that you're getting this? What the fuck are you clicking on that these are the things that are showing up in your ads? I get ads for car shit all the time. Oh, the one time, I'll give you this as well. There was one time when an ad did interrupt my my kid's viewing of Curious George. And it was like this rapper who was essentially posting his mixtape live to YouTube, and no one was watching it, so he turned it into an ad. And my kid's response to this was she was like watching George, having like a meal. She was having breakfast. And then this ad popped up of this guy singing really, really shitty rap. And she just went from like locked in to just... And she just got up and walked away. I love that kid so much. She's already got some taste behind her. Jesus Christ, what are those fucking ads, dude? God damn. And this is the perfect time to recommend watching a trailer of Brush Burial Gutter World. I don't even know what that is. I'm not sure. I want to know what that is. What the hell kind of algo did you dive into? Yeah, I want to know what have you been clicking on that those are the ads you're getting served in Germany? What exactly have you been clicking on? Because this seems self-inflicted to some degree, Barando. All the ads that I get are for mobile game slop and shit like Arknights. I used to get those. I get like more weird ads now where it's like, this is a power tool. This is a welding machine. You could buy this off of this Chinese shop that's probably going to be shut down next week. Here's an ad for a car. I don't get very many weird ones. Ads using your cookies to recommend what you like. Oh, Barando, you just kind of outed yourself as a gooner, huh? You've been jerking off too much. You need to give the old sausage a rest. The bratwurst isn't doing very well.
Either. It's the fact that they genuinely do not even get to see those opposing opinions unless they're in direct opposition, because the website is designed to tailor their experience specifically to prevent edge cases from happening. I'm not even making this video in regard to my own videos. It's more so about my...
But it's not my algo. I posted in general my Rex. No, Mom, I swear it was a pop-up. Mom, no, don't look, it was a pop-up. It's a virus. I believe you. Don't worry. I believe you. I trust deep down in your soul. You know what? Take me back to the porn. It was higher quality than this.
My own inability to find anything in my recommended feed that isn't all or nothing about any subject. I have pretty eclectic taste, but all...
Well, think about it. Of course it's going to be like that because every title is, this is the best fucking thing imaginable, and if you don't like it, kill yourself. And on the other side of it, this is the worst thing imaginable, and if you do like it, then you should do the same. But if you say something like, yeah, it was okay, that's not getting clicks. That doesn't get clicks on YouTube. That's not how this works.
All of the things that I'm recommended about any game will say that either it is flawless and there's nothing wrong with it, or that it is completely evil and it has no redeeming qualities. There's almost never an in-between. This isn't fence-sitting. I'm interested in hearing the truth, even if it doesn't necessarily agree with my preconceptions. I'd rather hear somebody be authentic and not say what I think than just hear somebody say what I think if they're lying.
Yeah, you're in the minority
There
there.
are plenty of instances, like with something as horrific as Mixtape, where there is absolutely only one way to think about that thing, but it certainly isn't every time. If you want to make a video that isn't all or nothing, the first time you say anything that goes against one of those narratives, you lose 25 to 30% of your audience, and the video stops getting recommended or showing up in search. It kills the video's growth completely. The irony to me is that if you want to sell out, you're way better off picking one side and sticking with it no matter what. Given your honest opinion, if it doesn't fit into one mold or another, is going to directly hurt your revenue and reach. If money's what you're after, you're way better off lying, or at the very least, rounding off the edges of what you think to suit one direction or the other. Again, this is primarily irritating to me because I like seeing someone's authentic opinion, and it's increasingly difficult for me to find that. If you look at any of these channels too, it's amazing that like, they've never made a positive video, or they've never made a negative video.
Hey, he's talking about me! I never make positive videos, ever!
There's almost never something in between. Their opinion is unilaterally identical regardless of the subject matter. I bet that they even know what they're going to say before a game comes out. I find it really hard to believe that someone who takes the time to make videos about video games has hated every single fucking one of them that has come out in the last 5 years, or vice versa. I'm surprised that more people aren't bothered by this, really. As a viewer, it sucks. There's almost no point in watching 90% of the videos in my recommended because I can tell you exactly what the dude is going to say, bar for motherfucking bar, the whole way through by reading the first couple words of the title or by the way that the thumbnail looks. That being said, on the creator's side, I really don't blame these people. It's a case of don't hate the player, hate the game. Sponsors are lucrative, and it's hard to negotiate them consistently if your view count varies massively per video, which is what happens if you rock the boat a little bit. You're leaving a lot of money on the table.
It's not just that. It's not just about rocking the boat. It's about the idea of or being like variable views. It's about getting views at all. He's thinking on level 2 he should be back to level 1. If you try and do a balance kind of thing where you give your honest opinion and stuff, you will always remain small because it's not something that's going to blow up. If you tend to be someone who's very extreme to one side or the other, that's when you spike viewership. Or the other way around that is you don't make the content about yourself, but you make it about a specific emotion, right? So there's like channels that blow the fuck up that's all about feeling justifiable anger or the concept of fuck around and find out because people want to see stupid people paying for their behavior. And so everyone gets that emotional satisfaction from it. So they learn that they've got to make that exact same video 1 billion times because you become the fuck around and find out guy. As opposed to someone who's got some kind of nuanced take or someone who's trying to do something outside of that bubble. You get reinforced down the same path. So it's, hey, whatever works, and then just go from there.
If you're not going to give the viewer exactly what they expect every single time. And that's built into the site. Those are the rules of the game. I think, or at least I hope, that a shift back toward...
So are your channels about being old and apathetic? I'd say it's more about being old and cynical. But I suppose that's my natural niche. I'm not attempting that. I'm just a piece of shit at heart, so that just never changes.
Or click-through and subscriptions being more relevant is inevitable. Because as it stands, I have a really hard time finding anything I'd consider worth watching, and I know that I'm definitely not alone in that. That being said, I'm not exactly going to hold my breath. Still, things are definitely a lot better now than they were years ago on the creator's side with monetization and all that, but this duality is probably the worst thing facing the platform right now. Videos that aren't super predictable getting squeezed out of recommended really blows. And it's funny to me that I always see people talking about how they think it's weird that they see like 20 almost identical videos after they watch one on the subject all the way through, but then they don't make the connection between these two issues. I know I made this video about gaming YouTube because that's where I noticed it, but I assume this carries over to pretty much every other genre.
Yes, it's everywhere. It's outside of gaming.
On the site. Again, it isn't good if the website is never going to show people anything that they may disagree with. It'll give them a false sense that everyone thinks the same way they do, or thinks the opposite of what they do, and they're never going to question if maybe some of the shit they believe isn't exactly true. Even if you don't give a shit about that, you can at least agree with me on the fact that so many videos on this website feel completely predictable and formulaic at this point.
Yep,
and this is why. I am absolutely positive that the people making these sorts of videos I'm talking about oftentimes do not even believe what they're saying. They just know this is an infinite money glitch right now. Do I blame them?
It's the Mr. Beast formula. It's the actual Mr. Beast formula for this. You can also ask AI to generate dialogue of content creators to mimic their speech patterns and word choices. That's genius. I need a faceless channel. I need to steal AI, Mr. Beast voice, put it through an AI, and make it just the dumbest channel ever. And I'll just get an infinite watch time off of that. That's genius. Gimme viewers also watch that Twitch has on YouTube. I found more niche random streamers via that system than algorithm of the same thing. You know what? Maybe in this one niche case, Twitch actually has a better algorithm than YouTube. The problem is it's not as effective as what YouTube does. Not even close.
Not really. Gotta pay the bills somehow. Would I do it? Nah. It seems way too easy to corner yourself long-term doing that sort of thing. Mark my words, if the way the algorithm works does change, a lot of those channels will drop the shtick and branch out, if only because honest videos are way more fun to make. I cannot imagine sitting down every week or two to pump out basically the exact same video over and over and over again. Like, you might as well just get a real job at that point.
I'm trying. No need for the caller. I'm fucking trying, man. You know how many CVs I've sent out at this point? Yeah, but I don't want to say it, but I feel like Jacksepticeye was right about Mr. Beast ruining YouTube. I think he was. I think it was 100% right. He knew it. He knew it. He saw it coming. He saw what the knock-on consequence effect was. Yeah, he was right.
Videos were absolutely not like this 10 years ago. I used to get recommended videos of all types, and now it is just like looking at a wall of alternating tiles of love and hate, which is pretty damn boring. I think this is all part of a larger issue on the internet where it seems the vocal minority of people who actively comment or interact with things regularly on social media have become increasingly polarized. Either it is worthy of worship or deserves to be cast down and destroyed, sort of crowd, which I guess is reflective of how many people treat entertainment like a religion now, but that's a topic for another video that will be coming out in the next couple weeks.
What a based fucking video. Jesus. What a based fucking video. What an incredible video. That was amazing. You know, Hideo Kojima predicted this. He did in MGS. What an incredible video. That was a gem. That was a real fucking gem. I'm so glad I watched that. This guy deserves more subs, but because he's refusing to play the game, it's not going to happen. He's just going to be stuck here forever. I wish him the best. Amazing. Incredible fucking video. Now, let's play some Final Fantasy 14. Enough fucking around. Enough of the shit. Let's play some of this goddamn game. Let me just put in that. Let me just change the thing. Now, last time, as far as I remember, I sent a trailer link of the brush burial game I mentioned in the video link section. Oh yeah, you know what? I'll take a look at that quick. Why not? Fuck it. Why not? It's a Saturday. It's time. Where is it? Requests. Video link? What the hell is this? That was some premium low polygon ass to start off with. Damn, this is some old school shit. It's kind of cool. Average first world woman hunting for a husband. This actually looks sick as fuck, dude. That actually looks fucking cool. God damn. What game is this? Woman breaks people with her vagina. That's what this is. This game is the sickest shit I've ever played. Brush Burial Gutter World. I'm gonna need to remember this one. This is cool as fuck. It's really old school. It's the real problem though is it's a woke game because it's got a female main character. It's too bad, huh? You want the link? Don't worry, I'll remember this one. This one I'm gonna be looking for. I don't even need the link. I'll find this by myself. As a stealth action game fan, this looks sick as fuck. No, this looks awesome, and it's got high-paced, hyper violence in it, as opposed to sneak around everywhere like you're Sam Fisher. I like it. Okay, you've sold me. Sold. I'm gonna be looking for that game. Now, enough fucking about. Time to play some Final Fantasy XIV. Now, where was I last I remember? When I was playing Final Fantasy last, I was doing a side so that I could complete a side quest, so that I could do another side quest to complete the side quest. And if I remember right, I had just completed a side quest to complete the side quest so that I could eventually fight the dumpiest fucking boss I've ever seen in my life, who still had awesome music and was kind of a fun boss battle. You did the entire Titan arc in one sitting. Yes, I remember. It was fucking great. This game, I gotta say, has its moments where it's really fucking brilliant, and at other points in time, it just falls the fuck apart because they keep on pushing you into stupid shit on the side that doesn't actually matter. And the worst part about it is that every now and then it drops a gem. But there's way too many fucking side quests